A very good morning to all. We're here at this beautiful venue at the Sano International Cricket Ground. We're just about to get our first match underway. This is, of course, the JCL T10. 10 overs only, quick, fast, and rapid. The men in blue have won the toss and they've elected to bowl. And well, the boys of Sano, or the men of Sano rather, they're going to have to bat first. Well, it's 10 a.m. We're about to start, and it's good weather out here. About 27 degrees, a little hot, not a lot of precipitation. Well, this is, of course, the JCL T10 brought to you by the Japan Cricket Association. The umpire gives the okay, waiting and just about to start. Salman Khwaja and, of course, Balakumar Rajaram, the umpires today. Just looking for the indication. Meanwhile, you can see Vishal Patel holding the ball there. And we're almost about to underway for the first ball of the game. And here we go. We've begun. And a good shot right there to find the gap, of course, in the power play, remember. Good start from the left-hander. Now, the right-hander comes onto the bat to face the first ball. We have And once again, this time Vishal Patel now get a good connection, but in the same area, and the fielder will come in, and that's another single. So start off with two singles, not too bad. Just rotating strike. Remember, the first 3 overs are, of course, the power play. That's where you maximize your hitting, but you know how the T10 works. Every over is crucial. You don't have time to think. You have to really get off the gate, and if you try get those boundaries right here, they try to find the gap straight away. Run for another single. Well played towards mid off there. And now just looking for the field positions once again. Remember, they'll keep changing because they're facing two batsmen with alternate preferred hands. This time towards the leg side. And two fielders converging. He just leaves it for the other one. And I think that's going to be a chance to come for the second. That really does that. So Surya, of course, now, once again, this time over the fielder, and is that going to go all the way? It's catching up speed, but he couldn't stop it in the end. The fielder converging, but just slipping under his hands. That's gone for 4 runs. So the first boundary of the game. So 3 runs of the first 3 balls, then a couple, and now a boundary up to 9 runs now, and looking to finish once again in a good way. But this time the fielder's there and alert, and I think that's going to be a no. So no runs there. And ultimately, that's it. 9 runs in the first over. Surya and Sakurano Thomas getting underway. They've had a good partnership, remember, across the T20 games as well. And this time in T10, they have to make sure that they get underway quick and fast. Just waiting for the over change and change over. Now, you can just see some instructions from the bowler, just trying to adjust the field setting a little bit. Maybe just get it in his favor. It's Love Singh who steps up now. And remember, this is the first game, so this is going to be the game that sets the momentum, sets the tone for the rest of the league. This is the first game of the T10 league season. And that's where you can see players just maybe gauging the pitch a little bit and trying to understand at what rate they can accelerate. Surya now plays it well towards the leg side. Are they going to get a two or just a single? Wow, good running. Really good running there. That's exactly what you want. You want to maximize every opportunity, every slow piece fielding, and then you want to try and get those runs in. He found that gap. No one really there at point. Someone having to count, just converge there. But that's good. That's good for him. Singh now with the ball. Is he going to change something up? And that time just swings a little bit more than he would have liked, but ultimately caught well by the wicket keeper. And this time you get some good contact on it. It's in the air. Where's it going to travel? The fielder having to run backwards but couldn't reach there in time. And that's going to go for 4 runs. So, really good striking. Once again, gets good purchase on the ball there. And that shot getting him 4 more runs, getting him boundary. The second boundary of the game now. Now, looking for something different now, Singh, isn't he? This time, well bowled, really well bowled. It's hit well towards the fielder there. You can maybe limit it at a single if, well, it was a little difficult, but still, I think good fielding there in the end with the bowling. Good return bowling. That's what keeps it at a single. Because the team is out to play. This team is out for action. They're out for blood. That's exactly what you want to stop. You need to stop their momentum, and that's what they've done. This time, well bowled to the right hander. So a good comeback after that for a single and a dot. This time once again tries to find something, but the wide. That's what the umpire says. He's not too happy with that one, but I'll have to do. That's what the umpire believes. Now once again, this time a little wider, but he plays it and he plays it towards the fielder that is closer to mid off, just getting a single there, and that's gonna be that. So that's going to bring the over to an end, and that plays up at 18 runs from the first 2 overs, consistently scoring those 9 runs each over. 18 for no loss at the end of two between Surya and Sakurana Thomas. How are they going to pick up after this? Because so far it's been decent, but they need to pick up some steam. So Vishal Patel back in the attack now. This time a swing there, but good fielding. Really, really good fielding. Stop that shot really well. Remember, this is the third and the final over of the power play, and really good fielding at point because that could have gone for four. There was no one deep there, and he saved 3 runs for his team. Now, once again, in the attack, this time slower delivery, And straight to the fielder there, but they're gonna get another single. But that's all it is because the fielder at mid on makes sure he sends it back with interest. Now, once again, Vishal Patel. This time, good contact, really good contact. It's in the air. Where's it gonna go? Well, it goes all the way for a six. That is a maximum because when you hit it that good off the bat, well, it's gonna travel and it's gonna travel long. That is really well hit, really well timed out of all things. So, Sakurano Thomas leading from the front, and this time trying to shoot the same shot once again. Ball just spinning the other way and not getting the best of contacts just off his pad there. This time again over the fielder, and where's it going to travel? It travels for a four. So 12 runs of this over now, and there's a ball to go. There's one ball to go. They're up to 30. This is the over. So the captain said, "All right, let me do a little bit more. Let me just get into the groove, and let me just lead us to a few more runs that we want." 19 runs up for him, and Kolasurya 10 on the other side. Doing a good job now. Here he comes on the attack. This time, once again, gets good contact, but it won't fly all the way as much as he wants it. And the wicket has been taken on the final ball of the over, on the final delivery. The captain, Sakurano Thomas, goes for 19 from 10. And this is the end of the power play and the over. 30 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. Good striking, but they've lost a crucial cog now. Wicket number 1 is down. More to come. So we're ready now for the over to begin. The first over after the power play here, the fourth over getting underway. And as tradition is, it's Mo Tabriz who comes out to bat. He usually comes out at number three, and he's done so here as well. Can Surya and Tabriz form a partnership? Another 20, 30 run partnership, and that would put them in a good position if they can do that over the next 3 to 4 overs. Of course, I think they would love to target something close to 100 if they can. And now he starts with a good shot. Is it going to travel all the way? Yes, it does. Wow. That has been a massive maximum, a gigantic maximum. And starts off with a six. Wow. Straight off the bat there. He's taking no prisoners. He goes for the big ones right there immediately. So that takes up to 36. And Tabriz straight away. Now, Manvi once again First over for him, of course, this time a little bit wide and does better with it. He's still going to get a single. Surya up to 16. If you just look at the approach overall, I think Sano have been really well, really done a good job getting out of the gate strong, imposing themselves on the men in blue. Well, a couple of wickets could really change that up, and especially when the captain goes, you feel confident for a little bit. And now once again cuts at it slightly, but the fielder is there. He's alert. He's doing well. Good job once again. Now Tabriz on strike this time. Good contact on it, but it's gonna miss the fielder and go for four. Well, he's found a four once again. Tabriz 10 runs in this over already. 10 runs from two boundaries in this over. Tabriz getting that four. Surya getting that six earlier. Up to 41 now. So the team with the home advantage taking and making the most out of that advantage already. Now Tabriz on strike. This time, cutting it slightly straight to the field. Are they going to squeeze a single? Yes, that's smart running. They tried that a couple of times earlier. There were two dot balls before the boundary, but they didn't want to end on that. So, take a single in the last ball and move on to the next over. It is. That brings it to 12 runs in this over as well, and it's up to 42 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Final ball now. It's in the air. It's in the air. And it's going to go all the way once again. So, wow. That's in the air. That's hit large for another maximum. Well, that brings about the end of the over. And there were two sixes and a four there. So, ultimately, that takes you up to 48 at the end of 4 overs. Now up to 48. 4 overs are over. And we're close to the halfway point, the fifth over in front of us. Now we begin once again, this time with good defense. Well, that's needed, and that is important. And that's exactly what we've seen here. Quick bowling here, back to back. With, of course, now Sandeep Soni bowling, and now straight to the fielder against two dot balls. That's a good start. That's a really good start for the men in blue in this over because they're up to 48 already, the batting side, and they're getting a little free. Oh, well, that's bowled well, and he's got his man. Has he? Has he? There's an appeal, but I don't think the umpire thinks he got anything on it. Well, then really good bowling once again, and the pressure building. Now they're coming for a single. No is the call from the non-striker, and that's where you can see the pressure building. Four dot balls here. Look at the command he has on the ball. Look at the way he's spinning the ball there. Really, really well done. This is the kind of over you need after things are getting underway because this brings on the pressure to the batting side. Gets the first runs of the over there, just a single. Wow, really well bowled. This time, tried to hit it. Now is it going to run behind? The fielder just trying to stop it. It's going to be another single. And now, oh well, a little bit of an overthrow. That's a little untidy, but that gets them another run. That brings up the 50 as well. So 51 now, but a really good over at the end of the day. Really well bowled. Just 3 runs in that over amidst and amongst overs that are going for 12, 15, and 17 runs. Well, this is what you need. This is the kind of over you need. And that brings up the 50 though. So 51 for one at the end of 5 overs. 18 runs in the previous over. Just 3 runs off this one. We're going to see Sony again, I'm sure of it, for his second over of the game. Now, once again, this time Singh comes back in the attack, and the left-hander just getting something on it. Or did he? We have to see, but it's rolling and it's rolling. Can the fielder reach there in time? I think he has. He has, and he sends it back just on the boundary rope of it being a four. And I think they've got 2 runs out of it. We just double check with the umpire signals. 2 runs there. Starting with two, Tabriz. More Tabriz now on striker's end. Chasing of Love Singh, and now there it is. He strikes. He strikes and he gets his wicket as well. And the important man, Tabriz, now taken. You can see he went for that swing. He needed a maximum. The last over, this is what it does. If you think about it, psychology, you see the psychology behind it. The last over, 3 runs off it, it builds the pressure on the batter. It knows that no, they know that they have to start striking now in this over because the overs are less. You need to get those runs in. They've done that early on, but it's not always enough. And this is what it does. This is exactly what happens in these kind of situations. And when you create those kind of situations quite a lot, it's the time where the batter plays the shot, which he usually would have not, and the opening has arrived, and the wicket has been taken. Now, once again, this time, good delivery into the gap there. Maybe this time, can the fielder get there? Yes, he does. Can they come back for two? I think there's enough time. Yes, and they do. So 2 runs, a wicket, and two again. Of course, this time you have a new batter on the crease. Chihaya Sekine is the man who has arrived before Devon Van Onselen. Usually have Devon sometimes come after 2 wickets. Good purchase on that one, well hit. But the fielder there at square makes sure it's nothing more than a single. we go once again. This time stepping to it and trying to be a little brave, and he has to run back. And he does that. He does exactly that. So you can see the rotation of strike on it once again. But they need a boundary. They need a boundary, don't they? This time, good bowling once again. So you can see this is the kind of recovery bowling that you need. Just 6 runs of this over as well, and that brings the over to an end. It's 57 for 2 after 6 overs. The last few overs really working out well. So now 57 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. The last few overs really going to be crucial. And here you have it. Well, starting with a good shot. That's going to go all the way, isn't it? Six comes up. That is a maximum. That is huge, and that's traveled all the way. Remember the first over for Sony, just 3 runs off it, and now the second over, he starts in front of us and it goes for a six. Well, that is huge. Now, this time again, a similar action. The Colossus trying to find the gap. Just a single, and he's up to 32, 32, 33 of 14 now. And he has been a really, really big thorn in the side of the men in blue here today. He's played a really good innings, especially for a T10 game. 33 runs, that's huge. It's really nice. Sakine now. This time, sweeping at it. They're going to get a single. Are they going to come back for two? No is the answer. This time in the air. That's going to go beyond and just not going to be able to keep it in there. And that is going to be another four. So ultimately, they're going for the big shots this time. Sony with a really brilliant over the previous time. But this time, the left handers are proving to be troublesome. 6 and a 4 already. 12 runs in the over. 2 balls to go. Swings there. And this time, couldn't do anything. So that's good recovery. This time, playing it towards the leg side, is going to find the gap. Yes, another brilliant shot there towards deep cover, and that's going to get them 4 runs. Wow. So that is a massive over to end on. Really, really massive. And ultimately, it's 73 for 2 at the end of 7 overs. What an over. There's 16 runs of it. Imagine 3 runs in the first over for Sony. We thought he would really, really have some magic in store here. But this time, he's gone for 16. 19 of his 2 overs now. And you have Gurdeep Dua now. coming in for the eighth over. Is he going to bring about some change in fortune? Is he going to take a wicket? Maybe even two? We'll see. Setting up the field. Now, Deep Dua, right arm, and this time it's in the air. The fielders are there underneath. And can he reach him in time? He just could not that time. It was a little too much for him. But that's a good start because he created that chance, opportunity of a wicket there, possibilities. That's what you want. That's what you need. 2 runs there. They need to break this partnership, the bowling side. This time towards the leg side. I think it's going to be a wide. And yes, it is. Now, once again, he's in the attack. This time towards the offside. And now you can see the wide action came up. But remember, you can always have stumpings and runouts on the wide ball as well. And that's what Sakina had to be aware of. Just but get back to the crease in time. So a couple of wides, couple of extras. You want to avoid those. This time hits him on the leg. I think it's gonna get a single, and that's all. So 5 runs of the over so far of the first two deliveries. More so because of the two wides. But overall good deliveries. Not a lot of opening for the batters to swing hard at. That's important. Now Surya facing off this time, trying to swing, gets good contact on it. Is it going to go all the way? The fielder can't do anything about that. That just goes, crosses for a boundary. It's 6 runs. It's a maximum. And they are going for it completely. No matter who comes up, who turns up in front of them, they're going for the six. And Surya up to 47 now. Is he going to get a half century in a T10 game? This time, good contact once again. It's going to get him a single. Are they going to come back for two? No, is the call. 48 up for him. 85 up for Sano. This has been an absolutely monstrous display. Except for a couple of overs in between. They've gone huge for almost every over. And now 12 of this over already. Good contact on it. Hits it towards the fielder. Sends it back from long off. Another single. 13 runs of the over now. Now, final ball of the over. And just swats at it actually. Very unusual action, but brings them the run. And ultimately, it's 87 for 2 at the end of 8 overs. And Surya up to 49, and he's on strike. He is on strike with 2 overs to go. So, Surya up to 49 from just 20 deliveries. Sakine 8 from 7. 87 for 2 the score in 8 overs. And we go at it once again. This time, another swing at it. It's going to get them a single, and that brings the half century up for Surya, doesn't it? Starts with a single, and he gets his 50 up. You can see him just slightly raising his bat towards the dugout there, but he deserves more. He deserves more, doesn't he? He's really done a fantastic job. The 50 up in just 21 deliveries. Massive, massive performance, Sekine. On the other hand, now he needs to accelerate. He needs to go for something big as well. He saw the action, but I think he committed to it a little too soon. The bowler read that. So 88 up now, and it's just a free for all now. They have 8 wickets in hand, so I think they know they just need to go for the big ones now. Swing and a miss. Good bowling, really good bowling. Now running for a single. Can he get a direct hit? No, he cannot. He does not go for that. And I think there's an appeal from to the umpire that maybe a slight stumping call there, but I don't think so this time. Just gets that single through. Now, once again, Mahesh with the delivery. This time, it played a little bit wide there. Worked out to be a good ball after all. Just a single. Singles are great for them as long there's not a lot of boundaries in the over. Anything that goes for ones and twos, I think they'll happily accept. 3 runs of the over so far, 90 comes up. They can target 110, 120 if they can, keep scoring the same amount of runs per over, maybe 10, 12, 15 runs and over, but they need to get that target. This over is turning out to be favorable for the bowling side. Now Mahesh once again, this time, and well, there's an appeal, there's a shout, but I think it was going down the leg. It's maybe gonna get them another single. And well, there it is. So a single, that is it. And it's 5 runs in the over. 5 runs in the ninth over, which, in all things considered, is an absolutely brilliant over under pressure. So it's 92 for 2 at the end of 9 overs. This is good containment. And the final over now to come is gonna be the man Gurdeep Dua once again? Looks to be he's gonna take responsibility. And why not, you would say? He's the captain after all. So Gurdeep Dua here in front of us, facing Surya. Now, here we go. Final ball. Final delivery of final over. Actually, it's in the air. And just a single there, actually. Looked like it would travel. They take two. Good running. Good running. Remember, this was very similar to the first ball of Gurdeep Dua's first over. A chance, a semi chance, if you say so. This is the final over, of course, not the final delivery. The first ball goes through. 94. 2 runs. Now, this time I think that's going to be a wide, and he's going to leave that one. Extras, those need to be avoided. Once again, this time, not a lot of contact on it. I think it's going to maybe be just a single. Someone needs to be at the wickets. I'm not going for the single there, actually. Opting not to. Maybe he just wants to play the final over the shots. Maybe he trusts himself to go for the big shots. We shall see. This time a wide. So now, once again, extras are always well loved by the batting side. This time swings on it, gets something on it, and that goes all the way. That finds the gap. I thought the fielders would converge there, but not this time. So this pattern very similar to the previous over of Dua. Remember, it started with that opportunity, then a couple of wide balls, if you remember in the previous over as well, and then a boundary. So with that, the 100 comes up, and now it's in the air. Just nicked behind is going to go for four. There's no fielder behind. Can he get there in time? The outfield is slowing it down and massively slows it down. So 2 runs more. But the 100 has come up, and now it's 102 with 2 balls to go. 10 runs in this over already now. 2 balls to go. And Kala Surya, he's backing himself up. Now, this time trying to get some contact. Good fielding. He sacrificed his fingers there. If you see, that could have been two. That could have really been 2 more runs, getting Kala Surya back on strike. But really good fielding there by Dua. Because there he put his hand right where he needed to stop it from going through. And that saves 2 runs for the team. They could be crucial come the end. Final ball, final delivery of the first innings now. And this time, once again, trying to find the contact there towards the boundary. Is he going to come back? Yes, I think they will. Good running, 2 runs, so 62 comes up in 29 deliveries for Kola Surya. What a massive, massive performance there. And ultimately, it's 104 at the end of 10 overs, 105 to win for the men in blue. It's not a small target. It's not a small target at all. They need to get going straight from the off. The pressure is on, but the chase is on as well. 105 to win. We're going to get back very soon for the rest of the chase. That is it for innings number one. I hope you enjoyed so far, especially Kala Surya's batting. We're just going to have the statistics for you come up. Just have a look at the innings gone by. But so far, this has been a massive performance by Sano. You can see Sean Surya from the get-go. He's been not out right till the end, 62 of 29. He wasn't accelerating as much when Rio was playing. Remember, Rio was going for the big shots, 19 of 11. Really good contribution as well. Tabriz, again, as well, 8 from 10. Not his usual self, but still got a few good shots in him. And Chias again, of course, 10 from 10 as well. But the man called Surya, 62 runs, has been the beacon, the shining light for Sano Cricket Club. And now 105 is the target. 105 is the chase because 104 put up and 5 extras ultimately by men in blue. So very welcome back, and we're about to be underway here between the match between, of course, the Men in Blue and Sano Cricket Club. This is, of course, the chase, the second innings about to get underway. Remember, 104 scored in the first innings, 105 they need to win in just 60 balls. This is the JCL T10, the first game of the season. And we get underway, and here we go. First ball off the chase. Starts with a good ball there. Really good delivery. That's what you want. That's how you want to start if you're the bowling side. Once again, this time, good delivery. So, two really good deliveries. Remember, the pressure is on. We need 105 in 10 overs. So, of course, very simple calculation 10.5 in over. And Sakurana Thomas, the captain, says that I'll take the responsibility from the get go. Now, once again, with the delivery. And, well, there's an appeal. There's a shout, but nothing of it. And, well, a wild throw there. Opportunity of taking a single from the leg by there, but nothing too much. So, really good start. This is early pressure. The first 3 overs, power play, of course. Vishal Patel, who was good with the ball, and Homik on the other side. Now, that's going to be wide and saved well by the wicket keeper because that could have gone before. That could have really just sped away. The outfield is fast that side. So that's the first run on the board. Three balls up, and now Patel facing once again. That's going to be a wide again, maybe. Yes, here comes the signal. They're happy for that, but you can see the pace with which Rio is bowling. It's turning out to be a little difficult for them. So 2 runs so far, and every over that they don't meet the target, the run rate is just gonna shoot up. So they know they need to get boundaries in, but Patel finding it really difficult at the moment in the power play. He's not able to get the right amount of contact that he wants. That's just gonna add more psychological pressure. You don't want to start that way. 2 runs so far. Once again, this time couldn't get contact, can't get any purchase on it. Just not happy with the shot selection so far, Vishal Patel. So it's a dot, 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 wide, wide, and dot, dot. Is it going to end with another dot ball? Is it going to end with something different? They need a six, I would say, at this moment, at the bare minimum. Well, the man in blue, Vishal Patel. This time he gets good contact. This time is it going to fly? Yes, it does. Well, the commentator, he said it. He said it, didn't he? Now 6 runs to end the over, and not the worst over in the world now because it's 8 runs. It's Sagrano Thomas after all the efforts in the world, just that six in the end, bring it to a close. It's 8 runs of the first over. So Aziz looks to be the man who's going to take control from the other side. Now, Bhomik on the striker's end now. He's going to face his first ball. Aziz in the attack. And Bhomik gets good contact on it. It's going to only be a single. Maybe not even that. It's too close to the fielder. But he got good contact there. And they know that the six in the end was a really important six by Patel because it's 8 now. And they're a little behind. They could have been really, really chasing. Now, needs a 11, 12 run over this time. Consistently need to get those good overs, and you need an over that takes you up to 16, 17 because every over is not going to give you 12 runs. This time, try to play it behind. Well, gets good contact on it. Not the angle he would have wanted because the fielder, he's there, he's present. They're going to come back for two, and they run back in time. You can see the fielder was closer to fine leg that time, and that's why he was able to get there. But they still get 2 runs off it. This time, stepping to it. Just cuts it slightly in the end. And there's a chance there. The run out. I think the run out is on. It's on. It's been given. It was clear well. Trying to sneak that single there, Bomik. And Vishal Patel has been dismissed. The first wicket has fallen. That was a brilliant directive. You have to take no credits away from that because the throw was amazing. But it was always going to be difficult. You always played with fire there if you went for that run because you knew the throw would always beat the man running in. It was so close. It was too close for comfort. Palmer chose to take that risk. And well, ultimately, he got sent back. and lost his wicket. He chose to run too far out and then chose to get back in time but could not. So the first wicket has fallen. This is exactly what they needed. This is the perfect start that it can be. Sano Cricket Club. Now, Aziz, once again, he's managed to get that important run out for his team, managed to create that moment. It was, of course, a dot ball to begin with, then two, and that wicket. Now the single getting Vishal Patel on strike. Of course, you have none other than Karan Bacheta. Karan Bacheta and Vishal Patel now. Patel now. He got that six earlier, so you know he has a good shot in him. Left that for a wide. They need runs in this over. He knows that. They have just two balls to make something out of it. Just four runs in the over so far. Three runs. And now, really good ball, but played well. No runs there. But that could have really, he's a little uncomfortable for Vishal Patel. Now, here he comes. Aziz final delivery and just keeps it low there. Smart, just keeps it low, pace off, and that brings the over to a close. So, two overs done. It's 12 for one, and just one over to go in the power play. Remember, close to 30, 32 runs at the end of the power play. 30 it was, I think. Yes, because at the final ball we lost Rayo, of course. 30 at the end of three overs. So now they have an over to go, and they're 18 runs behind. Now the man himself, Kala Surya, takes the stage. Remember, 60 plus runs for his team, led from the front, and well, did lose wicket all throughout. It's 12 overs done. Sorry, 12 runs done in two overs, one wicket down. And Kala Surya now comes in with the spin attack. And now it's in the air. Where's it gonna go? Is it gonna fly all the way? Yes, it does. That's gonna be four runs. So that's a really good shot by Karan. Karan Bajeda. Really good shot by Bajeta there. So 6 and 5 respectively. Now Colossuria in the attack. Keeps it low, pace off. That could have been massive if it just spun a little bit more inside. I think the three stumps were empty and staring. This time, get something on it towards the leg side. Needs to run fast, especially when you've lost a wicket to a run out earlier. You get a little bit more conservative, don't you? Now, yet again, this time we get some good purchase on it. Is it going to fly all the way? Well, it does. Another six from Patel. We saw one earlier, very, very early at the end of the first over. And now this over. Paula Surya, he's been amazing with the bat, but this is turning out to be slightly expensive. There's 11 runs in the over already, and that is exactly what the men in blue needed. They needed an over like this. They needed to just get those runs in, and I think that's that. He was happy with that. He was okay with that. He didn't need to overplay it, and that's exactly what he's done. That brings the over to a close. It's 11 runs in this over. Really important, really good knocking by Karan and Patel. And ultimately, it's 20 for 1 at the end of the power play. So, 3 overs done, 7 remain, and the target's still 105. Knocked a little chunk out of it, and you need 82 more. So, now, Colosura in the attack. Oh, this time there's something brewing there. Chandima on the attack this time. The first over after the power play. Decide to get who else but Chandima to the fielder. Good fielding. Good fielding that time. We suspect we're going to see Yuto ball pretty soon as well, maybe around over number 5. We shall see. He's handy. He's really handy with the ball. And now, hit full toss there. Is it going to fly all the way? Well, you don't want to give full tosses around here. You really don't because the ground is not that long. If you get good purchase on the contact, you can hit it really, really well. And that's the third six of the innings for Patel. Well, that is massive. Three sixes already. And this full toss was best of the lot, I would say. Once again, this time, trying to find something there, maybe. Maybe just played a little square. Maybe that was in his mind. Not sure for the shot. But dot balls are good for Chandama. He'll be happy about that. 7 runs of the over so far. They need a couple more, if not a boundary at least. A boundary would do them good, and a quick run. A single there brings Karan on strike. Final ball of the over. Karan swinging at it. 8 runs of the over so far. They're going to get one more. I don't think they're going to come back for two. So 9 runs of the over. Still short of what you would require, and ultimately 32 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Now, Karan on strike. Well, swing and a miss. They need to target the next 2 overs really well, and we should see what they can get because so far, I think Sano Cricket Club will really be in a good position. Aziz here for his second over, of course. Now, Aziz with the delivery this time, hit full toss, and well, was close to the fielder, just bounced off him, and I think that's going to run behind. That's going to go for 4. The fielder there just couldn't get something on it. That was a shout as well. Now again with the delivery this time, and well, he strikes. He strikes this time, and he gets his man. That is exactly what they needed. That is what they needed after a boundary like that. And they knew there was a partnership building here. They could sense that this could be dangerous. And he strikes Aziz right when required. He gets the stop. He gets the wicket. And there you have it. It's 36 for 2. And second wicket's gone. And Vishal Patel on the non-strikers end once again. So who's going to come out now? Who is going to step to the fore now? Because they need someone to come in and build this partnership once again with Vishal Patel. Now we have Ahmed now stepping to the fore, new batter at the crease. Aggressive early on, gets that single, rotates strike well. And Aziz has been really efficient so far, hasn't he? He has had a really good first over and the second over to match as well. 5 runs off it so far, 4 runs in the first over, but the wicket is the important factor. Now Vishal Patel just playing it and got a little lucky there because that was close. That was close. That was close for comfort. And they get another single, so 6 runs off the over so far, but they need another boundary, don't they? They need another boundary, otherwise the run rate will just keep shooting up and the pressure will start building up. They need to relieve pressure every over. They're not going to be able to get two, three really huge overs. You can't count on that. And this time cuts it there, Vishal Patel. Square, but the fielder's there. I think it's just going to be a single to end the over. So that brings the over to a close. A single, that's it. And it's 39 for 2 at the end of 5 overs. 7 runs of this over. And probably I would say 14, 15 runs behind the comfort zone so far. Let's see who's going to come out after this. 5 overs done. Are you going to see Utah ball soon? And now, of course, you ball are at the 4. And this time, well, good bowling. Really good bowling. You don't see him bowling often, Van Olsen. Van Onselen this time today, I think he must be wondering that when would his chance come with the bat, but it's come with the ball, and probably offering a different dimension this time. Patel and Ahmed 40 is up, of course. This time a swing and a miss, and the keeper not able to bring that under control. So another single, couple of singles to start. And now swing and a miss this time. This time, well, that's off. That's off. That's really off, and that needs to get under control. If not, that could have really been a boundary there. That really spun out of control. Not sure. And he's just waiting for the ball there. That's some lucky news. A wide. And I'm sure they got some good runs. A couple. So 3 runs off that ball. Free ball, if you say so. 3 runs. And this time, well, that's a swing. That is an unorthodox shot. Where's it going? It's in the air. And, well, the fielder getting underneath it in the end. But Van Onselen, well, unorthodox with his approach here. That's going to be a wide ball, but no, he's going to play it. He plays it down the leg. Is it going to run all the way for 4? No, the fielder's there. They get a couple. So, final ball of the over now. Again, good spin on it. It's in the air this time. Fielder tried to catch it, and he does that. He does exactly that. That is what they bought him in for. That's what they wanted from him. Emma trying to find the gap multiple times, but this time he loses his wicket. So that's 7 runs in the over, a really good over, run rate wise, and a wicket as well. The third wicket has fallen. Remember, only 2 wickets in the first innings, 3 wickets here already across the first 6 overs. It's 46 for 3 at the end of 6 overs, and there's going to be a new partner once again for Vishal Patel. Now, this time, starting once again, Khan in the attack now. Starts with a wide, and Vishal Patel still at the crease, wondering, wondering that is there an answer to this. 58 now needed of 24. The run rate shooting up, of course, as expected. They need those big overs now. They need close to 15 runs per over. And they need an over that probably goes for 20s to maybe have some hope. And this time, tries to find an opening. I would say that Vishal Patel has done well to be in the position where he's held on throughout and put up respectable runs. But the caveat is that he's got three sixes. That takes him to 18 runs alone. So there's been 5 runs that have come in the next 15 balls that you look at. 18 balls played, 5 runs in 15 because he's got three sixes. You could say he's waiting for his moments, he's waiting for his opportunities, yes, but maybe just expected a little bit more from him, especially after those three sixes. Because if he would have been closer to 30, 35 by now, it could have put his team in a position of 60 runs in 6 overs. That would really be looking like a different game right now. Nevertheless, we go on. He's still at the crease and he's still trying to hit those shots. And this time, the fielder there, once again, the field placement really working its way brilliantly. Now, once again, this time, well, there's an appeal. There's an appeal there, but the umpire's not interested. Leg by, says the umpire. The 50 comes up, of course, up to 51 now, where they're still to get off the mark. Vishal Patel taking the responsibility, but that's the problem is that singles and twos are just going to favor the bowling side right now. They're going to be happy with that. And well, that's going to be a dead ball, I'm sure. Wide. The signal comes up as well, crossed the line, and it was comparatively low as well. So, an extra well welcomed by the batting side. Now, in the attack. This time, gets a good swing on it. It's in the air. Where's it going to go? It travels. It travels once again, and that's the fourth six of the innings for Vishal Patel. Vishal shots indeed. That's six more, and they needed that. They really needed that, didn't they? Is it all of them in the same side? If you notice, I think all of them have been across that leg side in the gap there. As long as I can remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's got that shot down. He's got that shot down really well between, deep, deep forward and let's say long on the gap there. Catch them that six. 10 runs off the over so far. He needs another boundary, doesn't he? He really needs something. Let's see if they can get that. Just looking for the ball. Just a small break here in between. Up to 58 now. If they can get another boundary here, then a little pressure will be off, won't it? They'll still be par, but at least they're placing themselves in a good position. Let's have a look at the game so far. It's 58 to 3, 6.5 overs, one ball to go at the end of this over. The six just right before this, 47 to chase, 47 to win in 19 balls. And Patel, 30 from 20, not the worst striking in the world. He's been consistent. He's been effective. Of course, you would have expected a little more from him. I think, like I said earlier, maybe And 8 or 10 more runs at this position would really put his team in a good spot. But so far, really good bowling by a couple of good performers here, especially Aziz. Aziz has been brilliant, I would say, today. And the batting side, well, I think everyone contributed a little. They've lost only 2 wickets when they were batting. Sano, of course, but Surya are well and clear about now. Patel facing the final ball of this over, ready to go once again, and well, just lost his step there a little. The bowler. Stepping up to it, swing and a miss there. It's going to go behind and get them a single. And that's going to be the end of the over. 59 at the end of 7. It's going to get Vishal back on strike with 46 runs needed in 3 overs. But you saw the attempt, you saw the intention there. He needed to step up. He took the risk, stepped to it, and well, the wicket keeper couldn't just react in time. Otherwise, there was a stumping opportunity right there. So the required run rate stays quite similar from 14.6. It comes up to 15.3 and over. Still in the same ballpark. That's what they need. They need 15 runs and over. It's as simple as that. A couple of sixes takes them home. And a couple of sixes consistently each over. That's not going to be easy. But this is cricket. It's not over till it's over. Absolutely not over. Let's see who steps up now to the plate. Who's going to take the responsibility with the ball. Well, it looks like it's Elena who's come to the fore. Elena Kusudanan, and she's just setting up the field. We've seen some good deliveries from her throughout the T20 tournament earlier. Now she's stepping right to this one. Now, here she comes in the attack. And Vishal just hits it straight down the line. I think the field is converging. Are they going to come back for 2? I don't think that's an option. Yes, they make it happen. They make it happen with brilliant running because they need to get Vishal on strike. Even where they knows that the batter who's found 4 sixes, who's in form today, he needs to play maximum amount of deliveries here today. Pressure, yes, but you're playing sports after all. You have to feel the pressure now. This time it's in the air. I don't think he's got good purchase on it. Can someone get underneath it? No, it lands in no man's land. So Kasudanan is trying, and I don't think they ran there. They did. They did. They've got a single. Kasudanan, good bowling. You can see the line and length, especially the length, is very good. The line maybe could just improve a little, but what she's doing is it's pace off, and that does not enable the batsman to hit it cleanly. It has to have a lot of power from the batter himself when it's low paced. This time, look at that, just swings at it. It's going to go down the line, and the fielder there comfortably feeling it, sending it back from mid on. He's happy with that. He's okay with that. They're always going to be okay with singles on there. Singles and twos, very good. Patel now on strike. Can he find a couple of boundaries in this over? He knows he needs that. That's going to be wide. Leave that one. This time he's hit it well. Where's it going to go? It's in no man's land once again. And look at the fielder charging through. That's the intent you want. That's what you need. So It's been an over of singles and doubles so far, and that's good bowling. That's really good bowling. No, says Vishal there. There's a direct throw, and this time they go for the single. I don't think they needed that. I think they could have just kept. Well, it was tempting, it was tempting, but I think the better option would just been to throw that ball in the hands of Elena. Elena would have really gotten that wicket, wouldn't she? It looked like that would have been the best option, but well, not today. So an overthrow single there. 8 runs of the over so far, and just one ball to go. Can they get a boundary here? They need a boundary here. And it's hit straight down the line. I think the fielder's going to reach there in time. Yes, he does. And that's 9 runs at the end of this over. That takes them to 68 for 3 at the end of 8 overs. Really, really good over. Really good over by Elena. Because now it leaves them in a difficult position of 37 from 13. From 12, rather. Need 19 runs and over now. Very difficult. This is going to be really difficult, but we're going to see what happens right here in front of us. 68 for 3 at the end of 8 overs. And looks like now they're going to face Utah Ball. Well, there you go. Now, where they're just trying to play down the leg side, it's in the air, but dropped at the boundary. And you see these are standard wicket patterns you see from Utah Ball. This is very common. Usually, he does this very well. He has that swing along with the spin approach that he does, and a lot of catches in the deep. Just takes the pace off in the end. Now, flighted there. Vishal Patel gets something on it. It's just going to get them a single, and it's going to be really difficult now because they need close to 20 runs and over. This is those extras, those sixes, those fours that Surya brought in. That was really important. And those couple of overs here where they couldn't get those 10, 15 runs, that is what created. And now the finger goes up there where they're on mark there. Couldn't get anything on it. The finger goes up, the LBW, and that is the fourth wicket to fall here. Meanwhile, Vishal Patel still remains at the crease at 38. Well, fourth wicket, Utah Ball strikes, and to make matters worse now, it's going to be a new player. Now, once again, this time Mishra, the new batter on the crease, he has to step out for it and ultimately just bowled a little wide. Are they going to come back for two? The fielder slips there. Outfield just, the grass just giving way under the feet, losing grip. I think they're going to come back for two. They did. Mishra now, can he build something up? Can he deliver something? Looking to strike it once again. Unreal. Just happy with that. I think there was a call for a single there. Ultimately, nothing. 3 runs off the over so far. Final delivery. Really, really brilliant over by Utah Ball. And now, there it is. They're looking for a single, but Patel just saying no there in the end. So, that brings about the end of the over. I think they could have tried maybe for a single because they need him on strike. But ultimately, this is going to be a mammoth task. 34 needed from 6. basically needs six sixes. That's all you can say about it. Six sixes, or maybe, if you want to be lenient, five sixes and a four. Either work, two options, but that's all he has. That's the option he has. Every ball needs to go for a boundary. Five of them need to go for a six. That's what it is, the equation. And the odds of that happening, well, it's not impossible, but the probability is very low, extremely low. Now try to swipe at it, and it's in the air. There it is. Well, Van Olsen gets the responsibility, and straight off the bat there, probably at the end of the match. Van Onselen gets an important wicket once again. He did that earlier, and this is the final over in front of us. 71 on the board. Mishra tried to reverse sweep it into the air, I think. Does not come off. And now it's 34 needed of 5. And ultimately, you've also lost someone who's been there from the get go. Well, if there was a sign, if there was a sign, this is it, isn't it? Now just hitting it towards the off. Van Onselen now this time. Again, does an appeal and he gets another one. He gets another one. Wow. Wow, what an over this is. If anything, if there was any worry at all, any stress at all, he's eliminated all of it. 72 on the board. And that's a huge target when you have to chase 100 plus. Let's not forget that in the T10 overs. And well, they've bowled brilliantly as well. They've not given any gaps except for a couple of overs. Four sixes, of course, by Vishal Patel, but ultimately not enough. Not enough for sure. And you've seen a couple of new batters at the crease. You've seen Mishra come and go. You saw Singh come and go now. Dua at the non-strikers end. Deep Dua, of course. And now, probably just the final few balls in front of us, where we're just going to see a more relaxed, more safer approach for the Sano Cricket Club, because they know they're through. They know they have the match in their hands. Now, once again, this time, swing and a miss. And well, that is it. So, with that, it comes to an end. Indeed, that is it. They were always in a good position. They were always going to fancy themselves after those few wickets. But ultimately, that is the end of the game, and they have won it. The Sano Cricket Club really put themselves in a good position early on, especially with Kolo Surya scoring those 60 plus runs when they did. And after that, well, it was not smooth sailing, Vishal Patel did give them a fight, but at times it seemed like he was alone in that fight. There's always going to be a mammoth total to chase. You can see the high fives, you can see the celebrations. This is the first game of the JCL T10 season, and they start with a victory here. The Sano Cricket Club and the men in blue need to go have a rethink on what different they could just tweak. Of course, they played a top team here, but maybe a little different in a few places could have brought them in a good position here. Ultimately, that is it. And the end of the game in front of us. I was just going to have the stats come out for you. So, well, that is the end of game number one for today. Don't go anywhere. There's another game coming here, of course, which starts in 30 minutes' time between, of course, the Rising Stars and Sano Cricket Club. It's going to start soon. And in the meanwhile, we take a small break and we'll be back, of course, the JCL T10 League. Well, see you around very soon. Welcome to match number two. We're about to get underway here. We're just about to start. Of course, this is the match between Sano Cricket Club and Rising Stars. Remember, this is, of course, the JCL T10 League. We're just about to get underway. Sano Cricket Club, of course, winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Now, moments away. And looks like it's Kayesh Khan who starts with the ball. And a little confusion between the batters there. Remember, Sano won the previous match by close to 30 runs. They were really, really effective with the bat. And they would be hoping to do that once again. That would be the entire premise behind choosing to bat first. Now, good bowling, really good bowling to start with. And now there it is. Well, he strikes. He strikes an important wicket very early on. And that's exactly what you want if you're Rising Stars. Look at the celebrations. Look at the high fives. That's good to see. They didn't win the toss. They had to bowl first. We're not sure what they would have chosen, but this is what they would have chosen if they were given them a choice. An early wicket. And well, there you have it. New batter at the crease. They've lost an early wicket. They've lost it in the first over itself. And that is not what the batting side would have wanted, especially after choosing to bat first. And now they have to reimagine it. You saw them score 105 in the first innings of the first match earlier, and maybe something similar would be on their mind. This is, of course, the power play. The first 3 overs are the power play. And once again, this time he scores. He gets once more another wicket. And the batsman's not happy. He's complaining about something, but that does not matter because now Kaish Khan is on a hat trick. Well, what a spin, what a ball that is. Just misses the bat completely, spins in, gets the wicket, and 2 wickets in 2 balls. Danger time, trouble time for Sano. Because, well, now they've just lost 2 wickets, and this was unprecedented for a team like Sano. They need to really stabilize. They've lost the captain as well. Wow, who would have expected this? Who would have thought of this early on? If you ask me, to be very honest. So, well, we're back at it, and remember, Ganesh Khan on a hat trick now. He's on a hat trick, and I'm sure the batting team does not want that at all. Look at that, just defends that, and that's going to be a single. And well, this is an unusual start for Sano. I'm still reeling. I'm sure they're reeling from it as well, and they need to. They need to come back to base very, very fast because they don't have time to think. And now defends that once again. So that brings the over to an end, and this has been a really brilliant over for the bowling side. The Rising Stars, they've risen all right. They've risen in the first over, and let's see if they can keep it up because it's 2 wickets down already. So it's Motabriz and Kolosuriya still there. Khan now with the ball, and now Mohammad Sohag, the bowler, starts with a good delivery. Just one run in that over. Remember the first over of the power play, just that single. And these two now, they would be desperate to form a partnership, won't they? They really need to. And Surya needs to step up once again, as he did in the previous game. And there it is, one again, a brilliant ball. They're really doing well with it, aren't they? 2 dot balls. Really good bowling. This is what you want. This is what you want to see. And that's going to be a wide and well welcomed wide by the batting side. And here he comes in the attack once again. This time swings at it, but the fielder happy to receive that one. That's going to be another dot ball. Sohag really bowling well so far, and now try to lift it above. The fielder there just trying to converge, and I think that's going to be a single. Just a single of that one. Now, good defense there as well. So, once again, a good over shaping up right here. And now, just 2 runs of the over so far. Final delivery here. It's in the air. Where will it go? Will it travel across to the boundary? And it does. That's the first boundary. Surya once again showing his class this time. And that's 4 runs added to the total of Sano, taking it up to 7 in the first 2 overs. A very rocky start, a slow start indeed, but just picking up some steam towards the end. 7 for 2 at the end of 2 overs. Now, once again, we have who else but Kayesh Khan back in the attack, but this time it looks like they found the boundary of the first ball itself, finding some confidence, I think, right there. But they had to bring him back, didn't they? This was the time when they would probably want to utilize the early pressure that he's made. Kaish Khan now back in the attack, 4 of the first ball. And now Tabriz stepping up with confidence. It's in the air and it's gone all the way. That is a maximum of 4 and a 6 to the man who's taken 2 wickets in the first over, given just a single. Now 4 and a 6. Wow. 10 runs off the first 2 balls there. Tabriz finding his feet finally. Really good movement and getting the bat right on top of the ball, straight off the center, middled it brilliantly. A 4 and 6 takes them up to 17. Just asking for water, I think maybe they need that. It's of course it's heating up a little. You can understand that. Still, we have a fairly, I would say, decent weather going on right now because it's up to 33s, 34s. The humidity is increasing a little bit, and that really then drenches you, and that's the only thing that really could be possibility of irritation for the batting side, maybe because they're completely padded up on there. And I think just a little conversation going on between, while after you know the small drinks break, the mini break that we're finding ourselves in here. Let's have a look at the match so far. Sano, of course, had a great first match before this, and now they lost 2 wickets early on, and after that they seem to have just recovered a little bit. Tabriz now, of course, at the crease, 12 of 7. You saw him hit a 6 and a 4 in the first two balls of this over. Kolasuria 4 from 3. 17 of 2 now. This is the third over going on. And we're about to start once again after that small break. Well, the players needed it. A little bit of conversation, a little bit of strategy, and a little bit of hydration. All of it, all together. And, well, so let's start again. Bowler, close. Remember, 2 wickets already. He was on a hat trick, wasn't he, Kayesh Khan? Now, so we're ready to get underway. Kayesh Khan with the ball. 4 and 6 of the first two deliveries. I think he'll be happiest with the break. It was a long break, gave him ample time to recover, ample time for him to re strategize. And you can see the start with that single. Tabriz was really hammering those first two deliveries with for 4 and 6. Up to 18 now. And this is the crucial partnership, if I think, Tabriz and Kolasuria. Breaking this partnership would be the crucial call for Rising Stars. And now he gets that nick. The fielder running after it. The boundary's close, but not close enough there. No one at fine leg, but the fielder a little wider from the square leg, just runs after it and stops it before it reaches the boundary line there. Surya managed to take a couple. Now this time he's hit it well. He's hit it well. He's trying to find the boundary there, and there's nobody who can stop that one in the power play. That's going to be 4 more runs. So 24 now, up to the task, and it's 1 ball to go. They're picking up steam now. They really have picked up steam in this over. The previous one as well, but more so this one. 17 runs in this over already. Remember, just 1 run in the first over, and 17 of this one. Defends that one. He's all fine with that. And that brings about the end of the third over. The power play comes to an end with that. It's 24 for 2 at the end of 3 overs. The power play ends up. And now Seven more overs to go, and this partnership is starting to build now step by step. 13 of 8 for the Briz, 10 of 6 for Surya. Let's see what happens. Change of ends, of course, change of bowling approach and attack as well. Who's going to come up? That's the question. We should see. So, just waiting up now. Alamgir now, the man given the responsibility of the first over after the power play. Right-handed bowler, the approach, and now a swing and a miss for Tabriz. I think you can see what he's targeting. You can see the idea behind what he's trying to do. And this time, look at the contact straight off the bat there. And the fielder, he's going to be there. But that was good contact. That was good contact, wasn't it? Once again now. This time towards the other side. It's in the air. Can he get there in time? The fielder cannot. But he does well to stop and adjust that. So, a single and a double so far. Decent over shaping up for Alamgir. He'll be fine with singles and twos. It's only 10 overs so far, so every over is a good over for the bowling side if you don't go for two boundaries. And now it's in the air this time. The fielder could not get there. It just lands in no man's land. The gap in between. You can see the idea. All the shots have gone more so towards the offside. Of course, that comes out to how Alamgir is bowling as well. But he's bowling well because he knows the strength that Tabriz has, especially towards the leg side of his shots. Surya, on the other hand, well, this time you can see this time trying to send it down the leg. It's in the air, but it's going to go for a maximum. That's exactly what we were talking about, and it's happened right here in the next ball itself. Tabriz swinging, opening up his bat, swinging it all the way across the body towards the leg side, and that's going to go for a massive six. A much needed six for the batting side. They've suffered in the first over, especially a little in the second as well. But since then, they've picked up steam, and that could be worrying signs for the Rising Stars. This time, just a single, but still a very good over. One boundary, a large boundary, and then a lot of singles and twos. That's 11 runs in the over. It's 35 for two at the end of 4 overs. And I think we're going to be happy with that, especially the recovery that we've seen from Tabriz and Surya. This was really good. So, a change in the approach. You've got Lemon now, the new bowler. Lemon now given the responsibility of the fifth over. Straight drive down the line from Tabriz. Only a single so far, but good contact on it. Once again now, trying to go for a good delivery. A swing there, straight down the line again, and this time trying to converge, trying to stop it. They're going to come back for two. Stops the boundary. Really good feeling in the deep. That was important, wasn't it? And this time again, he swings at it towards the off. Now they're finding the feet a little. Can he stop the boundary? Yes, good fielding there in the end. Had to be confident. You can see the appreciation from Lemon as well. 2 runs again, but twos and twos are fine. I think boundaries is what they want to prevent, and they're doing exactly that this time around. 5 runs of the over so far. The 40 mark comes up, but slowly and steadily they're getting close to the run rate that they would want. I think they want to play around a run rate of 10 to 11 and over. And now this time, hits there in the long, in the gap there. 2 men behind that, and now that spills for a four. 2 men behind it, and I think ultimately the bounce just caught him off guard. He just overran it a little, the fielder there, and the bounce just missing him and going for 4 runs. We're talking about those boundaries that they need to save up on. This was a little easy to go. 44 from 4.4 overs now. 9 runs of the over now. Limon, does he have something in the bag? The striking, Kolasuria gets something on it. Should be a single, maybe two if quick running is on the cards. But no, says Kolasuria. 10 runs of the over for now, but one ball to go. It's 45. Let's just see what's going to be the last ball. 24 and 20, respectively, for these two gentlemen here. And now they've really built up a head of steam. Can Lemon break the partnership here? Gets off the edge of the bat now. Can someone get behind that? The fielder just grabbing on it, sending it back, and that's going to be a single. So 46 at the end of 5 overs, 9.2 the striking rate. And with that, that's the end of 5 overs. 5 more overs to come. 46. They've really, really shaped up well now. Now, this time, once again, Alamgir in the attack. Alamgir once again. This time it's in the air, just ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. You can see he almost reached there, but then he didn't. And the referee's indication goes up as well. That is what you don't want to see. You losing the boundaries. Well, Alamgir once again, this time trying to change something up, and it's in the air again. And this time it crosses the fence once again. Look at the confidence with which they're playing right now. And sixes galore here. That is what you want to see if you're supporting Sano Cricket Club, if you're on the dugout here. And well, for the Rising Stars, the early momentum that they built, it's all just lightening bit by bit. That's the problem. They need to change something up. There's two sixes in this over already. And they're up to 59 now. Call Surya. You know once he's on it, he really is. And this time, again trying to find the gap. Good fielding there, but no, in the end, the ball just bounces off and he cannot stop it. Looked like a good diving save, but the boundary was inevitable. So, four more runs. That's 17 runs in the over already. And they're up to 63. They've now caught fire, haven't they? They really have. And fireballs being spit out of the bat of these two here. 26 and 36, both of them. And once again, trying to find the gap. And he does that brilliantly. Call Surya. 40 runs up for him. This is the over. This is the over they were looking for. Because now, well, 21 runs in the over. 21 runs. They're up to 67 already. This is spelling big trouble. Big, big trouble for Rising Stars. They need to break this partnership. And someone needs to get Surya's wicket for the Rising Stars. But meanwhile, Sano Cricket Club are in rejoice mode because this man is unstoppable today. He's on a mission. This time, again, trying to go for the big shot. But only a single. And that is going to be relief for Alamgir and the Rising Stars. That brings about the end of the sixth over, 68 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. And Surya, 41 of just 16 balls after the start they had, after the loss of those two early wickets. My God, 41 of 16, and you can see Tabriz, who's had a brilliant inning so far, 26 of 16 still. But Surya is in another stratosphere. He's on another planet altogether. And does anyone have a solution to taking his wicket? We will see. 68 for 2 at the end of 6 overs, 4 overs to go, and just a little bit of a drinks break once again while we change ends. Now, Zubair has been given the responsibility to bring about the change that we're talking about, and he starts with a good delivery. Surya, right there. Maybe, just maybe, Zubair can bring about the change that they want, bring about the break in this partnership. Look at that, really good bowling once again, putting Surya under pressure. He's not finding it the easiest to read this one. Up to 41 that he is. Played those two deliveries so far. This time, get something off it, off the edge. And is it going to be all the way? No, the fielder gets there. Alamgir this time. Good fielding at the deep. But they managed to get 2 runs off it. So the 70 mark now comes up for Sano. And Surya back on strike. 2 runs of the over so far. 3 deliveries done. Now. And well, that was well bowled. That was really well bowled. It's going to go behind. It's going to be a single, I think. Yes, there it is. But that was good. That was a good delivery. 3 runs of the over so far. This is the kind of over you want. If you can just end it up on a good note. Tabriz now on strike. It's always difficult to deal with two left-handers. Sometimes you don't have the right hander left hander combo, which is even better. But if you don't have a bowling attack that does well against left handers, then you are in trouble. And that's something what we've witnessed here, right here. Another single. So 4 runs of the over. And now just swinging once again down the line. I think that's going to be another single. So good over overall by Zubair. Brings things back in control a little bit. And that brings the over to an end. Just 5 runs of the over. It's 73 for 2 at the end of 7 overs. This is a good recovery over because they really launched themselves into a different planet, like we said after the previous over. 20 plus runs in that one. And this is a little bit better for the Rising Stars. And let's see who comes on after this. Looks like it's going to be Lemon again. Asif Lemon had a great over earlier as well. Lemon, comparatively especially. These two still at strike. Look at the partnership. It's been all them. Both of them have really carried the mantle here and taken their team to a really good position. Even if this partnership was to break now, they've scored 72 runs between them. Now, Lemon in the attack this time gets a little nick off it, but can it be saved? No, it can't. The power behind that shot from Surya starts away straight away with the four. Takes it up to 77. And with this, he is up to 49 as well. Let's consider that back to back 50s if he does that. Number 60 plus score in the first innings of the first game earlier. Back to back 50s would be incredible for Surya. But that shows his talent and his skill. This time he swings once again down the line, and that's a maximum. Finishes it in style to get his 50 up. And with that, well, look at the appreciation from the dugout. This one matters much more than the previous one because this has come in lesser deliveries, but after a really, really tumultuous start for his team, where he could have easily lost his cool, could have come under pressure, could have, conceded his wicket as well. Didn't do any of that. 55 of just 23, 4 and 6 to start this over. Now he's up to 55. The team is up to 83. And he says, thank you so much for that because I've just released all the pressure for another maximum. That's 16 runs in the first 3 balls. And Lemon really needs to find an answer here because the team, Sano Cricket Club, are up to 89 now. And they look to probably break the score of the first match where they scored 104. And this match, they've faced the pressure, they've faced the problems, but they've come out swinging and 61 for Surya of just 24 balls this time. Wow. Almost a strike rate of close to 200, 300, sorry. Massive. This time again going into that gap. The fielder needs to cover it off, and he does exactly that. Better fielding this time. Has to rotate strike, does exactly that. Now this time Tabriz gets something on it. The outfield there's got to slow it down. Can he stop it? Yes, he does stop it in the end. Not sure whether the fielder had given up in the start, but saves it up in the end. Once again, this time Lemon, final delivery, hit it towards the leg side, a little bit squarer, but finer, much more finer with another 4 runs. So that brings the over to an end, and this has been an immense over once again. 23 runs off it and takes them all the way to 96 of 8 overs. Two more overs to go. And well, there's a lot that can happen. I'm sure, of course, we're going to see 1 over from Zubair because he was absolutely brilliant earlier. 5 runs, amazing bowling. Probably they're going to try and go for big runs in his over as well because they have the wickets in hand now. There's 2 overs to go. But wow, this has been a recovery and a half. 62 for Surya, 33 for Tabriz. Zubair now. Look at that, trying to just nick it slightly, and the wicketkeeper couldn't get anything on it. What a cool shot that is from Surya. That is such a great cricketing shot to play. That is confidence personified, and he gets another four there off the first ball of Zubair. 5 runs in the previous over, remember? Four already of the first ball. That's what confidence does, and because of that, the 100 comes up for Sano Cricket Club. 100 already. Remember 104 in the first game. They batted first that time as well, and 100 this time. But the only difference is they have 11 balls to go. Still, this could be anything. Surya once again towards the leg side, but the fielder there doing a good job. Doing a very good job there. Standing his ground and saving all the runs. Stepping up, Surya this time trying to find the gap. Has he found the gap? I think the fielder's going to converge there for a single. Good bowling once again by Zubair. Once again, this time onto the other side. The leg side, obviously, being a little favorable, if you say so. And well, there's an appeal while the ball runs behind, and it's probably going to go for a four if the umpire's not happy with the appeal. He is not. That's going to be 4 more runs. Well, Zubair, he's not going to be happy with that. That's going to be a four. So after that single, back-to-back singles, 4 runs comes up. So now, this time it's in the air. Where's it gonna go? It's gonna be caught, or is it not? Yes, it is. Well, wow. That is an amazing catch. Wow. Surya is dismissed at 71. Of course, ultimately now you don't have a lot of balls to matter. It really doesn't. You have to go for the big shots. You want to put up the score. But what a catch by Alamgir in the deep. That was an amazing diving effort. Maybe too little too late. Don't want to dissuade them. Everything matters. You never know. It's up to 106 now. But that wicket in the end, really crucial. 10 runs in the over, 5 runs of the first over for Zubair, 10 in this one, 106 for 3 at the end of 9 overs, 1 over to go. It'll be interesting now, the approach, but of course, Tabriz is going to be the man at strike. Is he going to go for the big ones? Of course he is. But is he going to be making them? That's the question. But Surya, what a brilliant knock. Once again, 71 runs. 71 runs. More than, it's almost 70% of the team's total so far. 60 plus, about 62, 63 in the previous match, 71 this time around, with a massive, massive run rate advantage. The strike rate is brilliant as well. It's not just that, he's playing slow and getting those runs in. Absolutely dependable. And looks like it's Devon who's walked out now to partner with Tabriz. Devon Van Onselen. It's actually, just a correction, it's actually Rio who's come out. Rio Sakurano Thomas, the captain, has come out at last. And this time, is he going to even play a couple of deliveries? Not sure. Maybe Tabriz is going to just favor them. He's already got a good touch going. And Sohag of course, has been given the responsibility of the final over. 6 runs in the first over for him. 106 on the board. Remember, 104 is what they made in the previous game. And this time, I'm sure they'll be looking to extend the lead that they already have. Tabriz getting good contact there. There's a chance. And yes, he gets those 4 runs. So it's 110 now. Tabriz up to 38. Is he thinking about his 50? That's the question. 12 runs he needs in the next 4 deliveries. Maybe a 6 would help. I don't think he would be thinking about a 50 right here. Maybe just the maximum amount of runs he can get for his team. We've seen him play very selflessly in the past. But just a question sometimes, to the players, what's going through their minds in these moments. Sometimes there's a lot racing in between. Now, Tabriz this time, and there it is. The wicket's gone. There's no 50 today. There's nothing else. It's a great, great knock once again. Another good knock coming to an end. Tabriz 38 of 22. He was going to go all out. He was not going to take it easy. He was never going to just play it simple when there's just 3 to 4 balls remaining. But Sohag strikes. It's 110 for 4. 3 balls to go. And just a little bit of restriction, if you say so, for the team here. Trying to stop it a little bit. So, a wicket there, and just 3 balls to go now. Sekine on the striker's end. Sakurana Thomas on the non-striker's end. Is the captain even going to get to play a single ball? We'll see here. Well, that was a bouncer. That was a bouncer, and the right time to deliver the bouncer when it's the new man at the crease. It's one of the over, but a really good over this shaping out to be now for Sohag. A dot ball, 4 runs, and then 2 dot balls with a wicket in the middle as well. 2 balls to go now, and he's really controlled the runs here. Good bowling from Sohag. This is needed. This could have been 120, 125 even. And look like that. Well, just try to stop there. It's going to be a single. Are they going to come back for 2? No, says the captain. So he's going to play the final delivery. 5 runs of the over so far. 111 comes up. It's always difficult to, strike off your first ball. Not the easiest when you've not got a few knocks in, just a couple of touches to get the feel of the ground, the pace, the pitch, you know. But let's see if Sakurano Thomas can get a boundary here. 6 or 4. Can he? Sohag has bowled brilliantly. One of the, you know, standout players here. And full toss this time. It's in the air. Is he going to travel? I think the fielder's underneath it, but he cannot stop that. Just at the edge of the boundary rope, and that is a 6. Sohag is not the happiest with it. I think he thought maybe something better. Well, that's gone for 6. And ultimately, it's 117 on the board for Sano Cricket Club in the 10 overs here. And 118 to chase. Well, a difficult chase, but 118 to chase for the Rising Stars. Can they do it? We've seen that 100 plus chases have been difficult. And, well, let's just appreciate the knock that we've seen. We're going to see the statistics here. You saw the early wicket of Demon on Celine. You saw the wicket of Kameyama. And ultimately, Tabriz 38 and Kolasuria 71. These were the two men who clutched it. As you say, Chihaya Sekine and Rio Sakurano Thomas just ending it, the captain, ending it with a good 6 in the end, honestly. But, well, that is that. That is that for the first innings. We're going to take a small break. We're going to be back again. We're just going to have a look at the bowling averages and run rates as well. but really good bowling in the start, I would say, then really fell through. We'll see it right here. Kayesh Khan, 2 wickets on a hat trick in the first over, just 1 run, and then 17 runs in the second, still averages around 9. Not too bad. Sohag averages around 8.5, a wicket for him as well. But Alamgir with 16.5 and Limon with 17 have been the expensive ones, 33 and 34 in those 2 overs. Zubair as well, 7.5, really done a good job. Took that wicket. The second over, a little bit expensive with 10 runs. The first over, really good. And you can see the fall of wickets 0-0, and then straight 106, 110. That's all it was. And well, that is it. You can see the momentum swing as well. So 118 to chase, and then we're going to come back for the chase very soon for the rising stars. So we're back to the chase and we're about to begin. This is the big chase that the rising stars need to chase down 118. And we start with the captain assuming the responsibility of the first over. Look at the speed that he picked up there. Starts with the wide, but the intention, well, that is clear. Starts with a good delivery. And this time, once again, getting a good shot off there. Is that going to run for forward? The power play, the fielders converging, and good fielding there. It's probably going to be 2 runs. They need to get to a strong start, remember. This time, get something on it. It's in the air, and well, they're taken. Taken, Rahman. Well, Sunny Rahman, the captain, has been dismissed. Tried to go for the big shot there, didn't get the right purchase on it. Toha, on the other hand, non strikers and just can watch at this point as that goes, and the captain has been dismissed. So that is an early strike, isn't it? Well, we saw a couple of early strikes in the first over of the first innings as well. Let's not forget that. But the comeback there was immense, especially from Tabriz and Kolosuriya. What you do have to consider is that those two players are really outstanding players. Someone has to step up. A couple maybe have to step up in the similar four in this match as well because they have a huge target and they cannot be lax about it. They need roughly 12 runs and over. And they need those. There were two 20 plus overs. That was the crucial point. And that's what the Rising Stars need as well. Starting here, 3 for 1 in the first two deliveries. The captain has gotten the wicket. And here he comes. Sakurano Thomas in the attack once again. Just defended that time. Lets the ball through. Now, once again, just defends well yet again. Good running. Good running between the sticks. So 4 runs in the over so far. And Sakuran Thomas once again in the attack now. This time, I think, did he get something on it? No interest from either parties. So another good delivery, another dot ball. And dot balls are the enemy of Rising Stars right now. They need to get roughly 12 and over. We saw this in the previous game as well, where the men in blue, the first few overs were a little, not up to the mark when they were chasing, and that increased the pressure, kept increasing right till the end. At one point, they needed roughly 20 runs and over towards the end, and now that's going to be a wide. 5 runs in the over. They need a boundary, or don't they? They desperately need a boundary. This time swinging once again. It's in the air. Well, that's going to probably get them a four, and they needed that. So four from Toha. Now in the final delivery, that takes it up to nine. A decent start from Sakurano Thomas. One wicket for 9 runs. It's all right. Of course, you're in the power play, so even more so. They need a little bit more, but still a fairly okay, decent start here for the Rising Stars. 9 runs for 1 wicket in the first over. Now, we'll come here for the second over in front of us. And it's Chandema who's been given the responsibility. Alamgir at the crease, Toha, non-striker's end. Chandema now in the attack. And well, he strikes. He strikes straight away. Alamgir has gone for a duck in 3 deliveries. And you can see the happiness, you can see the celebrations, you can see the jubilations on the players of Sano. Meanwhile, trouble keeps rising up. Trouble keeps rising up for the Rising Stars. And they need someone to build a partnership with Toha. Need to get to a 40-50 mark and then maybe see if they can chase it down. Because as it's going, if the wickets keep falling, it will just spell trouble. This time again in the attack. So Hag now just trying to play it off. Swing and a miss this time. Just gets something slightly actually. Now this time gets something hard on it, Toha, and now nothing there. Maybe a hope of a boundary. They need that. The strike was good. And well, there's an appeal, there's a shout, and the finger goes up. The finger goes up, so Sohag has to return as well. You can see Toha just indicating from the other side, and the third wicket has fallen. Chandema, this time, well, he strikes. And this is now really worrisome, isn't it, for the Rising Stars? This is worrisome because now, hmm, really need someone to step up. Now we go once again. This time, new over, 12 for 3, of course, remember, in the two overs. Both overs have fetched wickets back to back. And Sohag and Saeed now have to build up their partnership once again. And who are they facing? The maestro Yuto Ball. Now, look at that. The way he takes pace off the deliveries and pace on as per his convenience and will is really, really immaculate. This is one of the overs that they have to maybe find something. Remember, this is the last over of the power play, the third over, and this is why they need something. They need probably 10 runs at least in this over. Otherwise, it will really be a difficult uphill mountain to climb for the Rising Stars as the required run rate will keep rising. Always going to be a difficult task when you're chasing 100 plus and especially something close to 120. We see these kind of scores in T20 games, and now there's a shout again. The umpire not indicating anything there. Did he? Did he? I think he has. I think he has he? Well, I think he has indicated. For a moment it looked like he was just having a conversation. It did look like it got the leg there of Saeed. But well, that's the end of his innings as well. That's another wicket. Yuto ball strikes, and it's 4 wickets down now. So now, are the cards folding up for the Rising Stars? Well, 4 wickets down, 13 for 4 in the third over. You've lost a lot of your batsmen already. So now we move once again. Another good delivery. It's the man himself. It is Gaesh Khan who's come to the striker's end and Sohag on the non-striker's end. He's survived so far. He has survived. He's seen his partners change up regularly. Nobody able to build any kind of confidence with him. And now that's going to be a white ball. 2 runs of the over so far. The final delivery yet to come. And this is going to be the end of the power play after this delivery. And whatever you say, it's been a really difficult power play for the Rising Stars. They've lost four wickets, just 14 runs so far. 1 run, no, is the call. So that is it. That's the end of the power play. 14 for 4 at the end of the power play for 3 overs. And just those 2 runs for Utah Ball and it's over. What an over. What an over by Utah Ball. And well, is there a solution? Is there an answer? Is there anything that can be done, that can happen for the Rising Stars? We will see. We shall see. But, well, now, this time, once again, you've given the responsibility. You can see Devon Stepping up to it, Devin Van Onselen took a couple of. That's wide. Well, look to spin it back inside. Not too bad. Wide. But the spin back was really interesting. Took a couple of wickets in the previous game, if you remember. 14 for 4. First over after the power play. And it's Sohag and Kayesh Khan. And now hits it on the full toss. It's in the air. Can someone catch that underneath? That's an opportunity. Yes, they do. They've taken Sohag's wicket as well. And this is turning out to be a really, really difficult moment for the Rising Stars, especially with the bat. Wow. That is half the team gone already. It's 15 for 5. Measly 15 runs so far. Nobody is able to get anything underway. Nobody's able to get those runs, get the boundary, stay at the crease for far too long. And this is becoming one sided now. Really one sided. Is there a solution? I do not know. Really, really do not know. Very, very one sided for now. We don't want to be pessimistic. We don't want to take the chances away from the Rising Stars. But it's looking really difficult now. One wide of the over so far, a wicket as well for Van Onselen. We spoke about that earlier. The way he spins the ball tempted Sohag a little bit. And this time, well, the ball's gone behind. The fielder's trying to converge, maybe trying to stop it in time just before it reaches the boundary. It's Elena who does that. It's going to get them 2 runs off that wide, probably. Wides are something that, at times difficult to control for Van Onselen. We've seen so in the past. But they're at a position where they can, afford the luxury of all the extras that they want, to be honest, at this point, because there's 100 runs more to go. More than that. 103 runs needed. And it looks really difficult when you've lost 5 wickets already. Swings a little. Not too happy. Does feel that fine leg. Stops that one. Van Onselen once again. Well, this time, there's an appeal. There's an appeal. But not a lot of interest from the umpire. I think it was rising up. Looked to be high, to be very honest. Can be realistic. That seemed a little high, to be honest. And now this time another appeal, and the ball plays off behind. And what's the verdict? I think the umpire's not interested once again. So that brings about the end of the over. 4 runs of that over, a wicket as well. It's 18 for 5 at the end of 4 overs. Just a little bit discussion between the two batsmen. How can they approach this? Hassan and Kaish Khan. They've lost half their team. They've lost their captain. They've already lost Rahman. They've lost Saeed. They've lost Alamgir. They've lost Sohag as well. Toha has gone as well. And it's a really difficult position to be in, especially with a lot of good bowling yet to come from the Sano side. It's Hassan and Khan. And after this, once you lose the sixth wicket, you're going to have bowlers coming in. Maybe Zubair, maybe Ashik, maybe Lemon. So interesting. And on the bowling side, it's Komal Hassan who gets the responsibility. Look at that, a little flighted with that. Good contact on that Khan. That's going to go close to the boundary. But just a single there. Mohibul Hassan playing there along with Kayesh Khan. 19 runs on the board. They still need 99 runs more. And almost the fifth over right happening in front of us. Here we go once again. This time it hit on the full toss, swiped at it towards the leg side, square leg, but the fielder's there, recipient of the ball there, and well, this time once again. So good bowling by Hassan so far, except for the wide. He's bowled to his field set, as you say. So even if you try to get a good contact, his fielding is there. And this time they're trying to find that gap exactly that way. Is it going to go all the way to the boundary ropes? Good fielding there in the deep, I think. Ultimately saved the boundary. Couple of runs there. This time slightly wide. Yes, wide given. Fifth over, of course, in front of us. Now, 6 runs of the over so far. Three balls to go. 24. Gets something on it. I think that could have been a wide, but just got something minute on it. Maybe I think the wide has been signaled. So maybe the batsman didn't get a bat on it, didn't get a nick. So two more extras for the batting side. They would welcome all extras at this point. They need runs. They need, well, they're still not too far off. They need one really good over to maybe give them a chance. And this time, I think that's hit well into the gap. Well, that is a good shot. That is a really, really good shot. That is hit well. You needed something like that, didn't you? Some amount of confidence, some amount of, relief and hope is what you get. Of course, I would say maybe they would want to be somewhere around 50, 55 at the end of this over. But even if they can get closer to 40 after what they've been through, that would maybe just make them think a little, wonder a little, can we? Is it not over yet? Well, it's all going to be difficult with the quality of bowling we've seen. And that's a wide. I think they're going to come back for a single or maybe even two. Is it going to go all the way? Good feeling there by Alina. Really good feeling. She dove for it, made sure that she didn't take it lightly because that four would have meant something completely different. But they run 2 runs there, plus a wide, so 3 runs off it. 35 on the board with one ball to go. This has been an expensive over. This has been one of those expensive over. 17 runs of this over from Hassan. One ball to go. And well, there it is as an appeal, and there you strike. He does that. He returns, went for that, cross shot across leg, Hassan. But ultimately, just couldn't get the strike. It just kept low. It spun inside, and that's leg before wicket. LBW, and that brings about the end of the fifth over. It's 35 for six, as we've lost Munibul Hassan's wicket as well. 35 for six at the end of 5 overs. 5 overs remain, and well, 118 seems far off now. They need 83 in the next five. They need to average close to 17 runs an over. Mammoth task. Now, Elena in the attack, she's been given the responsibility. Really good over in the previous game, if you remember. Now, starts with a good delivery. Overthrow now. You don't want overthrows. You don't want to create this kind of situation. Quick running once again. And again, another overthrow. Well, they need to calm it down. They need to calm it down because those overthrows, well, they still have a huge advantage. Let's not forget that. But still, you don't want that. So then that's going to be a wide, I think. In the attack now, once again, this time, player is slightly off. Just a single. The 40 mark has come up, of course. Swing and a miss this time, but that's going to be another wide. Just has to get the length and line a little bit under control. But so far, decent bowling from Kasuda Nair. We've seen her just, create some half opportunities. The wides they can still afford. This is a time they can probably get her confidence up. And now a swing there. Gets slight nick off it. Is it going to be stopped? Yes, the outfield is quick, but the fielder is quicker. Good fielding. Good, really good fielding there by the third man. Eight runs off the over so far. Three balls to go. Ashik on the non-strikers, and that's a full toss. That's hit. Is it going to travel all the way? It looks like it might not, and it's gone past the boundary. Well, the fielder tried his very best. That was a great attempt. He was off the boundary, but he didn't know that. He dove for it. He tried to, his best to save it up. Ultimately, he goes for a six. Kasudan end. That was a good shot. It was off the top edge of the bat. It was not middling. That was really a good shot. Needs some power. Khan up to 14 now. Gets a little nick now this time. Coming in for a single. 15 runs in the over so far. They've had those few overs where they've got those 15, 18 runs, but not too many of them, and far too many of those overs with 3, 4, 5 runs, especially when you have such a huge target to chase, a mammoth target. The 50 has come up, of course, in the final delivery of this over. Swing and a miss this time, and that's going to be that for the sixth over. So it's 50 to 6 at the end of 6 overs. They're just an over behind from what they need if you think about it. If they were 50 for 6 at the end of 5 overs, they would still consider themselves very much into the game. It's not over. It's not over. I would say, I think it's probably a 70, 80, even 90% chance that Sano are in the driving seat. I won't deny that, but it's not over. And maybe considering that is why they're going to take an action. Who's going to come next? Looks like just have to see who has been given the responsibility because it looks like it's Aziz who's got the ball in his hand because well the team realizes it's not over and they want one of their best bowlers amongst the best to just come in and probably take it away from the rising stars. If you can take the wicket, especially Khan's wicket, it would really probably spell the end of any kind of charge that the rising stars have. And even if he does not do that, 4 or 5 runs in the over would probably just eliminate any kind of hope. And starting with towards the leg, just a single. the attack now. Good bowling by Aziz. It's gone to the fielder. Going to be a single. Singles are fine. They're happy with singles. They don't want to limit singles. They have a huge target to defend. They don't want boundaries, and he's bowling well to his field, forcing the batter into the choice that the bowler wants him to make. This time again, gets something little on it. Confusion in the field there, and he gets back in time. But the overthrow this time, we saw that a couple of times before. The overthrows are getting them the runs. Of course, I would still say they need those boundaries along with that, but they'll be happy to accept those overthrows. So, good dot ball there. Two balls to go in this over. You can see that is what we were saying. He might strike, he might take a wicket. And even if not, well, is that going to run behind? Yes, it is. Well, something on it. That's 4 runs. That is 4 runs. That is, well, the wicketkeeper is a little upset with himself, but that was not the easiest one to save. Just sneaked past underneath him. And they're up to 57 now, the Rising Stars. They keep fighting. They keep just, hanging on at times. But that's important. 6 runs in the over so far. 7. Of course, counting the bye and counting the extra. 7 runs in the over so far. 57 is the score. Final ball of the over for Aziz. Probably going to see him again. And this time, a similar outcome was possible where it just sneaks under the bat and runs behind. But the keeper, well, he was aware this time. So 57 for 6 at the end of 7 overs. That's where we stand. And a long way to go still. But they're putting up a fight. They are putting up a fight. 61 runs needed. So now the question is, what are we going to see here? Chandima back in the attack for the eighth over. Interesting approach. I thought maybe Yuto Ball would be the one to take the charge here. But Chandima, I think they've seen something. They know he can probably break this partnership up. Not the biggest threat, of course, like we said, but still threat enough to consider and probably react to it. Once again, the delivery, it's in the air. Where's it gonna go? The fielder underneath it, and he takes it. He takes it comfortably this time, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Khan's wicket. Khan has been dismissed, and we were speaking about this breakage of partnership. This is what Chandima was brought in for. He did that in his first over as well, and now, once again, he strikes. He strikes again. So Chandima strikes. It's the seventh wicket now. Yes, you're reading that right. 50, 58 runs on the board, and a new batter on the board as well. So 57 runs. Apologies, but This is the eighth over, and this is the over that could decide a lot of the match. It's pretty much wrapped up in the favor of Sano. They have been brilliant throughout with the field, but really running after every single opportunity. They've taken the catch as well. They've really bowled well. Chandema, Yuto Ball, even Elena, so many more, and Aziz as well, of course. And with the bat, well, they had a hiccup in the start, but after that, they recovered so very brilliantly. The captain came out towards the end, got that 1-6. You had Kola Surya, of course. Along with that, you had a lot of support from Tabriz towards Kola Surya. And these things really become essential in a team that can contribute, that can, gel well together, works well together, and, has the talent and skill to back it up as well. That is what's important. Chandima now, once again, gets the slightest of nicks of it, plays it down the line. Just going to be a single. I think another important thing to consider for the rising stars would be to probably, even if let's say they consider that they've lost the match, they would want to, not lose out on the run rate, because that could affect them later on the standings in the table. So as many runs as they can get, I think that's going to be a priority. Swing and a miss this time from Lemon, from Ashik actually. This time, once again, and he strikes. Another swing and a miss, but Ashik this time misses it completely, and the stumps were gaping, they were open, and Chandima says, "Thank you so much." He takes another wicket, and it's the 4-4 for him. It's the 4-4. 8 wickets down now, and that's another man dismissed. So that over ended really brilliant for Chandima. 5 runs in 2 overs, and 4 wickets given, 4 wickets taken. Really, really good. You have Bayazid, who's come on to bat along with Lemon. The 58 runs off the target as of now. 2 overs to go. Mathematically, still possible, but the probabilities say a completely different outcome. Surya now, he's been given the responsibility of the ninth over. He's decent with the ball more often than not. Remember in the previous match he went for an expensive over, actually. Only the one over that he bowled. I think it was close to 16 or 17 if I'm not wrong. But now they have the leverage, they have the confidence, and he's usually very reliable as well. And he's earned his way into this position, hasn't he? With the 71 runs that he scored. Surya now. Good bowling once again. Just gets that slight nick. I think they're just going to get a few singles in this manner. Just rotating strike. Stepping up to it, swinging it a little. And I think he's gone. He's gone. He's got the top there. Look at that. The bails are off. So Surya strikes as well. The bails are off. He gets the wicket. And once again, there's another wicket that has gone 62 for 9 now in 8.3 overs. Are we going to see them play out the rest of the deliveries, or are we going to see a situation where it's all out? Just got the top edge. For a moment, it looked like it just, missed the stump and went into the hands of the wicketkeeper. But then you could see that ultimately it was further from that. The bails were off, and it was just so precise that the bails were taken off, and Surya gets a wicket for himself as well. So, Bayazid and Zubair now at the crease. You can see a few celebrations, a little bit of jovialness from the Sano players. And well, there it is. He spins it inside and he takes the wicket. What a brilliant delivery by Surya. Zubair not being able to read that one. And that is that. That is the end. Surya, 2 runs given, 2 wickets taken in just 4 deliveries, ends it all up. And 71 runs scored as well. What an outstanding performance by Surya. Back to back games. But it's 62 all out in 8.4 overs for the Rising Stars. They started this game so brilliantly when they took 2 wickets in the first over, albeit it was not the original openers for Sano cricket. But still, this had to be a brilliant comeback. This has been an outstanding team effort. This has been an outstanding performance. 118, the target, 117, they scored, 62 all out, and a well deserved victory. Well deserved back to back victories for Sano Cricket Club. We're here at the Sano Cricket International Ground, obviously, and well, it's heating up in the afternoon. It's not easy conditions to play in, but they've really come out and they've shown their talent, they've shown their skill, and they've shown their collectiveness, their fighting spirit as a team as well. And ultimately, Rising Stars have lost this game, and Sano have done an outstanding effort and they have won the game by 55 runs. Very, very good lead. They'll be happy that this adds well to their run rate as well on the table. We're going to have another game here very soon. We'll have the stats in front of you, the batting stats and the bowling stats. But a 55-run victory really, really cements their position as one of the best teams in the league. The JCL T10, of course. We have another game. We have the game between the Rising Stars and, of course, the Men in Blue. We saw these two teams clashing for the first time in this season. Rising Stars playing now. The Men in Blues have played earlier, but you can see here nobody consistently being able to form anything. 2 runs from Sunny Rahman. It started there, and then Alamgir, a duck. Toha with 5, Sohag with 2, Saeed with another duck. Kayesh Khan, the only one who really found some form today with 16. Hassan with 7, a couple of sixes between Khan and Hassan. But then once again, Ashik at 2, Lemon at 4, Subi Bayazid remains not out, and Zubair with a duck as well. And you can see brilliant bowling. The captain going for 8 runs and then getting a wicket, but the economy of 8. But then Chandema 2.5, Yuto Ball 2, you know, Devon at 4, Aziz at 2. The economy speak for itself. Hassan a little expensive, 17. Elena a little expensive at 15, but that's all. The rest of the field speaks for itself. And that is the match summary for you. 16, the highest scorer, Kayesh Khan for the Rising Stars. 71 with Kola Surya, of just 30 balls. What a brilliant performance. 23 ball, 38 from Mohammad Tabriz as well. And ultimately, that is that for game number 2. That is the end of game number 2. We're going to have another game here starting very soon, in just about another 15 to 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. The match between the Rising Stars and the Men in Blue is about to get underway. We'll have the toss, we'll have the game right here for the JCL T10, the third game of the day. And see you around for that after a quick short break. And a very good afternoon, and welcome back to match number three for the day. This is, of course, between the Rising Stars and the Men in Blue. The Rising Stars have won the toss and elected to bat first. They had a previous game right before this as well. A little bit more rest for the Men in Blue, but that won't matter. It's 10 overs and it's all in, all four. So we get underway. The first ball of the innings and good contact there. It's the power play and that rushes for 4 runs. So a good start there for the Rising Stars. This is what they needed. Love Singh is the bowler, given the responsibility of the first over. Remember, 10 overs only. This is the JCL T10 league. And we're on day one. We're on day one, match number three. And we have Toha and Kayesh Khan. Kayesh Khan, who was the high scorer for his team in the previous game. And when the power play, remember the first 3 overs are going to be your power play overs. Here comes Love Singh once again, this time trying to find the same gap in the same area. It's going to fetch him another 4 runs. Really well hit. So back to back fours there. That's how you want to start. That's really, really well done. Now, once again, in the attack now, Love Singh. Good defense there. Played it towards the leg side this time. Better bowling as well. So, a single, much better from the bowler this side. But it's good to see Khan elevated to the opening status here. He seems to have the confidence, doing good as an opener. 9 runs off the first 3 balls, of course, and now going on from the other side. Toha now facing off, just nicks it slightly. Is he going to run into the gap? Yes, it is. Is the outfield fast enough? That's the question. I think he's going to stop it. No, just misses it in the end, and that's going to get them 4 more runs. Love Singh not happy with that because that's 13 runs in the over already. Yes, it's the power play, but we've seen better starts from bowlers today, especially in the first over. So he'll want to switch something up because he has 2 more balls to go. 2 more balls to go, and well, what can he change? What can he switch around? In the attack now. This time, a little bit better. I think there was an appeal for a wide there. Heard something, but not a wide, just inside the line. That was better from him. Really good. 3 fours in the over so far. 13 runs so far. Toana going to face the final delivery of the first over. 13 for no loss so far. And well, just gets a nick off it. And it's towards the fielders there. But I think just nothing doing, not too much there. And that brings the over to an end. No run there. It's a good recovery in the end from Singh. No runs in the last 2 balls, 2 dot balls, and that's 13 for no loss at the end of over number one. Now, once again, Mahesh, really good start to the over. Once again, now a good delivery. You have, of course, the captain, Sunny Rahman, coming out this time. Couldn't really deliver the goods in the previous match, and now this time I'm sure he'd want to repay the faith of his team. Once again, now in the attack. Get something on it, places it towards the gap on the leg side. I think they're going to get one, maybe even come back for two if they can run quick enough. But not this time, not in this sweltering heat here. Not the most comfortable the weather here right now. Mahesh now really shaping up to be a good over. Final ball here, and he's got good contact on that Toha. Where is it gonna go? It's in the gap, and one bounce that goes for 4 runs. So dot ball, wicket, dot in the first 4 balls, then a single and four. Still not the highest scoring over. A good over for Mahesh, but that four in the end just making it a little bit okay for the Rising Stars, taking up to 18 for one at the end of 2 overs, maintaining a strike rate of maintaining an average, a run rate of about 10 in over. He's going to get them in a good position. Now, once again, Vishal Patel now in the attack. Now, coming on to the attack. Remember, really good in the first match. Vishal Patel got some good runs and bowled really well as well. This time, he would be a crucial factor, I'm sure. And well, now there's an appeal. He's got the leg. Is the finger going up? Yes, it does. So, once again, he strikes. And this time, again, the captain is gone. Not the best day, it turns out, for the captain. Sunny Rahman has to go for a single. And you can see the appreciation. They know they've got the danger man once again. Today is not his day. Now, the men in blue is just a little bit happy because they're in a good position. They've got the wicket that they wanted. The captain is gone, and it's 18 for 2 now in 2.2 overs. The good start just turning out to be a little difficult now for the Rising Stars. And now Sohag is the new man at the crease. Toha on the non-striker's end. And that good start that they heard earlier, they really need to capitalize on it. They can't end up losing more wickets. This is the final over of the power play. Remember, this is the third over, and no runs so far Quick bowling by Vishal. Look at that. He's not giving any space and time. This time it's wide, the first runs in this over. Otherwise, it was shaping up to be a wicket maiden. Takes them up to 19. Bowling once again. The dot ball. And once again. So that's going to be another dot ball. Really, really well bowled in the end. And just one more ball to go. Well, there's the appeal. Well, there they've taken. It's in the air. There were two people shouting for it. And Sohag playing that shot. He's not going to be happy with that. That's not the way he wanted to go out. He was also one of those who played somewhat of a decent innings in the previous game. The 100 number on Sohag. But this time, again, a little bit disappointing, a little bit just snatching at it. It would be smarter to see out this over. But that brings about the end of the power play. The three overs are done, and it's 19 for 3. Three wickets gone already. Not a lot of runs. That 13 run over seems like a distant memory now. Now it looks like the responsibility is going to go to a new bowler, Prasant Manvi. Just setting up the field now. He's just trying to understand where he wants to bowl, how he's going to go around, go along with it. Toha now on stride, Alamgir on the non-strikers end, and they really need to form a partnership now. Something close to a 30-40 run partnership if they want to be in a good position. Otherwise, the wickets will be tumbling down once again. Good defense this time. They take out that single. 20 runs up now. Alamgir, the new batsman now on strike, facing off Manvi. Just a little bit of a misstep from Manvi there. This time, just defense, and well, he catches that. No, he goes for the defense, but it takes a nick off him. And well, you have it. There's another wicket. Alamgir has gone as well. He's gone for a duck. Looks like he would just defend that, but he didn't. He was in two minds. He maybe thought about leaving it, and he thought about defending it, and he was caught in two minds halfway through the shot. A nick into the gloves of the keeper. He was never going to drop that. He was never going to miss that. And it's 20 for 4 now in the fourth over, ongoing in front of us. Well, so now we have Hassan, Mohibul Hassan coming out to bat. They're going through their batting order very quickly. We've seen a few of these players perform well, decently well, in the matches before, especially in the T20 leagues. But today, not shipping out to be the best day, especially for the captain Sunny Rahman. And then you've lost players like Sohag and Alamgir as well, Kesh Khan gone as well. And look at that, Hassan going for that swing. I don't think you should play playing the shot because you have a lot of deliveries still left. And once you lose another two wickets, then it's going to be really difficult for your lower order. So maybe just stabilize yourself. Maybe just get the right shot selection. Put yourself in a position where you're confident to play those shots. At this time, well, he's going for the big one. He says, "No, sir, I want a boundary," but the fielder there denying that as well. They're going to come back for two, but that was a confident hit. 3 runs of the over so far. Now, once again, this time, good bowling, really good bowling. That brings about the end. So, just 3 runs from this over as well, and 4 overs come to an end. It's 22 for 4. They're in trouble. A little bit of a trouble there. Rising stars. And now we start once again. Manvi is back in the attack, and well, there he has it. He has Toha's wicket as well. So there's just no relief. There's just no relief for the Rising Stars. He started a new over. The fifth over starts. We're closing on towards the halfway mark of the first innings. And Toha, who was the top scorer so far, I think 9 runs for him. A couple of boundaries as well. And they've lost him. They've lost his wicket as well. And this time Hassan looks on. And they're 22 for 5 now. They've lost half the team already. It's 22 for 5 in 4.1 overs. Of course, it's Vishal Patel who strikes. This is his third wicket. And Bayazid now been sent out just to play out a little bit. And now a little bit of a misfield there. The ball rolling behind. I'm sure someone's going to come in to cover it up. The boundary's way off. It's Mahesh himself who covers that up. 2 runs there. Really difficult position to be in at this point. Really not easy to play out, really not easy to shape up an innings, especially when you've lost half your batting lineup. Shal Patel once again. This time, could that been a wide? I think got something on the glove of the wicketkeeper there. He's just in a little bit of pain. Once again, trying to grab at that. Bazid. Bayazid on strike. Plays the flighted ball. Could have maybe stepped out to play it on the full toss, but I think he didn't want to risk that one. And a good ball once again to end the over. With that, the fifth over comes to an end, and at the halfway point of the first innings, it's 24 for 5. At this rate, you would imagine the final score somewhere around 45, which is going to be easy for the men in blue because ultimately they lost the first game to Sano, but they were really good with the bat and the ball. With the ball, they were decent. With the bat, they were even better. They chased close to 70 and they lost a couple of wickets in the end as they were desperate to chase down the total. Otherwise, 80 90 is very much in the ballpark for the men in blue. That is something that the Rising Stars have to consider. They need at least a 70, 80 plus score here. Now, with the responsibility, it's Ranjan. And first ball, it's hit towards the leg side. That's going to run for 4 runs. So the first ball gets some relief, gets them a boundary. So 28 on the board now. Ranjan, of course, the captain for this game. He's the captain enforcer. He was not there for game number one, but he's made it for game two. He's the captain and now taking his first over of the day on his charge. Starts with a four, but now comes back with a better delivery, a flighted delivery. Look at that. He's going for those variations of flights because he knows the footwork is maybe not the best as we have lower end batters here, especially Bayazid. Just, being a little tactical about it. The defense once again. We'll be happy with that. 5 runs in the over so far. 4 balls done. Swinging this time. It's in the air. Can someone get underneath it? The question has been asked. And it's been answered by the fielder there. He says, thank you so much. And that is another wicket right here in front of us. 6 wickets now gone. You can understand what Ranjan was trying to do with those full flight deliveries, which was spinning. Because when you try and get that contact, then suddenly it's in the air and it goes long. The fielder there seizing that one. And well, with that, the sixth wicket has fallen as well. It's 29 for 6 now. We're at almost the end of the sixth over. Ranjan's first wicket, 5 runs, and a single wicket in his first over. Ashik now comes out, swing and a miss from him. And I think there was an opportunity for stumping there, which the wicketkeeper probably missed that because he was outside the crease. But it's 6 overs done now. It's 29 for 6. It's Hassan who's there at the crease along with the new batter Ashik. And now the captain from the previous game, of course, Dua coming on to bowl. He's been given the responsibility. Gurdeep Dua. Remember, he went for a higher than regular economy in the previous game. I'm sure this game he's probably going to try and come back when he's facing the batters who are not the most experienced in this position. 29 runs. We're in the seventh over now. Very, very good bowling overall by the men in blue. They've really approached the game plan brilliantly. They've been confident, they've attacked aggressively, they've fielded well, they've taken the catches, which is very important. Now, an opportunity for a buy, maybe, but too much of a risk to take. This time, once again, that's a good shot. There's good contact there. The fielder converging stops it. Just going to be a single. I think they're going to take just that. So, couple of dot balls to start with and a single now. The 30 mark comes up finally for the Rising Stars. Maybe if they can just get something going between themselves here, they can target 60 runs. Swing and a miss there. This time, a good ball, close down the leg. And there was something there. I think it was so close. Could have, just got the stumps. Now, Dua in the attack once again. It's in the air, and well, the fielder there, I think he just thought he got there in the end. And well, that's gone long. That was a good shot, but it could have easily been a catch as well. One bounce for is the ask there. They were maybe asking if it was a six, but the fielder for a moment there, it looked like he got there, and then he didn't. He just missed his mark slightly. And with that four, it's 34 for 6 at the end of 7 overs. 3 overs to go. Hassan and Ashik just trying to get some confidence back in their batting attack and maybe target this 50, 60, 70 run mark. Let's see. Looks like the captain is coming back in the attack. First over, of course, 5 runs, 1 wicket. Maybe he's just targeting another wicket. He wants to break the partnerships early. He does not want to give them any space to breathe. And this time it's in the air. Well, is there someone close by? Nobody that can get on top of that one. Starts with a single there. 37 runs on the board. Ashik now. Swings at it, and that's in the air again. One time, just going. So, a couple of singles off the first 2 balls. Ranjan is going to be happy with that. That's all right. Just changing the variation. Look at that, keeping it low this time. You saw the way he is approaching the first 2 balls with the flighted deliveries, and this time just kept it low completely. And I think if it got the leg there, it would be an LBW. This time again, slight hit. So 2 dot balls back to back. Once again, this time hit towards the fielder there. He's going to try and save it. A single there. So they're taking those singles, they're not risking twos. You can understand why. You can understand the position that these players are in. They don't want to lose a wicket too cheaply now, especially since not a lot of those remain. just a conversation between them. And yes, ultimately, that brings about the end. It's going to be the end of the over. And now, Dua once again in the attack. This time, that's going to go down the leg. I think that's going to be a wide. Yes, a wide has been signaled. So we're into the eighth over now. Ninth over. Dua has been given the responsibility that goes on towards the fielder on the offside. Once again, and now a swing and a miss, and well, that was close. He was going for that wicket there. If only it was a little bit closer to the stumps. I think that's what he would have wanted. But good bowling so far. Really good bowling in the second game here. You can understand the situation. It's a high pressure situation, especially for the rising stars. And now that's a good swing. Is that going to travel? Is that going to go all the way? Yes, looks like it has. He's got some really good power behind that one. They found a fair few of those in between. You can't deny that. Of course, that striking is not always easy. But so far, pretty good. We had something rough on it this time. Dua once again in the attack. Remember, 2 overs maximum per bowler, and this time again tries to accelerate, tries to find the gap, and the fielder this time at the edge takes it. What a catch! This time he says no more of those shenanigans. A really good catch. I really have to appreciate the catches that this team has taken here today in the fielding. They've really been on it. Just one catch dropped, I think, which was the one earlier. But other than that, I think 4 catches taken. Really, really good. Really, really good piece of fielding. And that is important. There's a reason why you keep hearing the saying catches win matches. Gets that wicket, gets that important wicket. And now, any form of, momentum that was building up. And now it's in the air. There's another call. And there you have it. Once again, back to back wickets, and he's on a hat trick. But unfortunately, he's not going to have another over to complete that. And with that, well, you lose Sheikh as well. Hassan now still remains there. Remember, 9 overs done, 45 on the board, 8 runs from this over right before this, but 2 wickets as well, 2 catches, and it's 45 for 8 at the end of 9 overs. Just 1 over to go. And Hassan now on strike. And he has it all to do if he can get 10, 15, 20 runs even. It's a long shot. But let's say he does. Well, they're going to be in a position to maybe defend something. Now the final over here in front of us, and we're just about to begin. And the responsibility, well, it's with Manvi. Manvi in the attack now, facing Hassan and Limon. Hassan just trying to find the gap there. I think he wanted to come back for two. Can he come back though? Runs well, runs really well to bring it back because he has to face all of these deliveries now. He wouldn't want a new batsman, Limon, facing off, who's one of the tail enders, of course, at 8 down. He knows he has to face all these deliveries. He has to maximize it, probably try a target of 10 to 15 runs in this over. That's what will be in the mind of Hassan. Now, that's going to be a wider delivery this time. But he plays it. That's good strategic bowling. Remember, the captain just came in, have a word with him, had a word, and then all panning out. So, good comeback from Manvi. Maybe he's going to opt for a similar approach. This time, well, it's on the leg. Is the finger going to go up? Yes, it does. The finger goes up. Well, there you have it. That's another wicket. It's 47 for 9 now in 9.3 overs. Manvi gets a wicket as well. The finger goes up. I think it was a little bit close for Comfort to call that one. But the umpire, well, he's the umpire for a reason, isn't he? Zubair is going to be the man. Zubair is going to be the man at the crease now with Lemon on the non-strikers. And of course, the score is 47 for 9, not the biggest total, but they've made it a little respectable towards the end. Not sure if he can get a few shots in, but Manvi, I'm sure he'll want to end this in the next ball if he can. Go ahead, sit with some venom. Gonna get them a single. 2 balls to go, 48 on the board. Just adjusting the field a little. We're into the final few deliveries now. Two deliveries to go. 48 for 9 is the score. And well, try to swing something it, try to just cut it slightly, but just misses it in the end. Lemon. Final ball to go. One ball to go. Once again now, final delivery. And he couldn't get something on it there, Lemon. And in the end, there's an opportunity to run out right there. And there they have it. They've done that run out. Well, there was nothing too much to come off that delivery anyway. But for the reason of statistics, you can count it as 48 all out at the end of 10 overs because it's going to be a run out in the end, and the runner has been given. It's 48 all out at the end of 10 overs, and it's 49 to chase. 49 to chase for the men in blue. Well, they've created a good situation for themselves, haven't they? They're in a good situation. 49, not the biggest target to chase, especially since they've already chased more than 70 in that 100 plus required chase that they lost the game to. Of course, Sano, who have been outstanding today. This is a good opportunity. It's a really, really good opportunity. Let's see what they make of it. So we're gonna have the statistics for you coming up very shortly of both the batting and the bowling side. You can see the batting side once again similar to something we've seen before. 9-9. Of course, Doha started great, but lasted a while there. But ultimately, Patel 3 wickets. Ranjan coming to the fore. Manvi 2 wickets. Dua 2 wickets. Manvi 3 wickets actually. And then you can see Rahman, Sunny Rahman single, Suhag for a dot, Alamgir for a dot, Hassan adding those 13 runs, and Ashik adding 11. Really important with that six, of course. And ultimately, that is that. You can see the bowling side, Love Singh going for 13 off the first over, then not choosing to go for his bowling option again. Mahesh, 5 runs and a wicket in 1 over. Vishal Patel, 3 wickets, of course, and just considered 3 runs in 2 overs. 3 runs only. That is outstanding. 1.5 economy. Manvi at about 2 wickets across 6 runs, and then Ranjan and Dua as well. You can see the fall of wickets consistently. No chance of building up any form of partnership. And well, we're going to now take a short break because the chase is on and it's coming back very soon. 49 to win in 10 overs in 60 balls. Can they do it? The likelihood is high, but they need to be focused. The men in blue. Well, the chase is on, and we'll be back very, very soon. And a very, very welcome back because we're back. The chase is on. 49 runs needed in 60 balls for the men in blue. And there's a lot to defend for the Rising Stars. They need to get things right. They're starting with Alamgir. And we get underway right here. Good defense there. And this time just cuts it slightly. Good fielding there once again. Not allowing any simple runs. Remember the first 3 overs, of course, are the power play, which is going to be important. In the attack once again. This time swipes at it into the gap. Now is it going to run for four? Yes, it does. So a good start now. Good start to begin there. Vishal Patel, of course. Remember, Bhomik was the opener with Vishal Patel in the previous game as well. Vishal Patel has really, really clutched well in the two games so far, especially this game. Now cuts it towards the leg side. Is he going to run behind the fielder? Well, missed it the first time, misses his footing as well, and recovers on the second time of asking. Well, fielding is going to be really important when you're defending a small total. That is something that they need to remember, need to keep in mind. Now, once again, Alamgir in the attack, and this time he's got good contact on it. It's rising. Where's it gonna go? Is it gonna go all the way? Yes, it does. That is a maximum, and a six comes up now. And to end the over, it's 14 runs in the first over. This is not the best start that they wanted. Remember, 13 runs came about in the first over for the Rising Stars as well, and this was turning out to be a decent over, if not for the six. It's the power play after all. You would expect a couple of boundaries, but they don't have the runs to back that up. 14 for no loss at the end of the first over. Jayesh Khan now coming in for the second over. Gets a slight nick there. Just gonna push it for a single. The next two overs are really important, I think, for the Rising Stars because they need to contain runs in the power play, number one. And second, if they can get a wicket or two, then they might feel that they could be back in the game. The total is two less, so it's not very easy to defend across the over. The first priority has to be to take wickets. Just playing it, Bhomik now into the gap there, and that could be 2 runs. Couldn't stop it first time there, Alamgir. Now, once again, shaping up. And this time coming on towards the offside there, Bomik, just to play that across. I think he wanted to play it across towards the leg side. Looked like that, playing it to the field. The ball just bounced and he couldn't really do much, and the wicket keeper recovering that one. Bomik now on strike. Facing off, gets a knock there. It's straight to the fielder. He'll collect that one happily. And now playing it down behind, that's where you want it to go. But remember, the outfield is fairly slow there, I think. The ball sometimes comes to a stop, and now he just saved it at the boundary line, I think. Good fielding there, running all the way from third man to fine leg. And has he saved a few runs for his team? Just waiting for a confirmation from the umpire. I think he has. I think he has. That's really good fielding. Yep, that's a confirmation. And this time again, the deflection going behind, and the fielder once again following the trail of the ball there. Another 2 runs. And that brings about the second over to the end. Good over so far. Two, and two so far. 6 runs in the over, and then 3 dot balls as well. So it's 20 in 2 overs for no loss. And it's going to be so hard who gets the responsibility of the third over now, the final over of the power play, of course. Allowed a peel after the first ball, but then now the second ball in motion. Played it towards the leg side. Square there. They're going to come back for two, it looks like. Yes, they are. Next ball, and now just missing leg slightly. Hits the leg, but missing it. This time, once again, they're going to get a single, considering two, but I think not this time. Of course, they have the fortune of having overs in hand, having deliveries in hand, and that's why they don't need to over risk anything. They can play it comfortably. They can play it strategically, especially one boundary and over serves them that purpose. Vishal Patel and Bhomik. Now there's a shout, but nothing that's going to convince the umpire there. 4 runs in this over as well so far. Good bowling, but that's the thing. They've been able to bowl well. Final ball of the over now. Swings at it, and it's fielded well, so they're not going to go for a single, just keeping it safe, and that brings about the third over to an end. The third over comes to an end along with the power play, and it's 24 for no loss at the end of 3 overs. And this time, well, that's an appeal. You have Zubair, the new bowler, with the responsibility, the first over after the power play, of course, remember. And so far, they've held decently. You can see the statistics right here: 25 runs needed in 41 balls. So they need those wickets. That is the priority, and that is something that the men in blue are not giving. They're taking it a little safe because they know they have deliveries in hand and getting those singles, getting those twos when they can, maybe a boundary here and there. We've seen them play. We know they can play even more aggressively, but they don't need to maybe right now. Maybe except for those short balls, and right now that's in the air, but once again, doesn't have enough to carry itself all the way. Fielder converging there. Once again, this time playing onto the other side. The fielder looking to stop that one. Can he do it? Yes. Good fielding in the end and cover up as well. This time 2 runs. 4 runs in the over so far. Once again, now this time connects well. It's in the air. Where will it go? The fielder just tracking it and coming all the way there. He saw the positioning. He started at long off there, I think, and at deep extra cover to stop the possibility of a four there. Another set of 2 runs, I'm sure. And this time towards the leg side, and I think that's going to get them the boundary that they wanted after all. It's 4 runs, and that brings the over to an end. Ultimately, a good over shaping up for Zubair. Just 6 of the first 5 balls, but that boundary takes it up to 10. And it's 34 for no loss at the end of 4 overs. Now 15 runs needed for 36 balls, especially after that 10 run over. They're up to 34 already and not lost a single wicket. They have 6 more overs to go. They need 15 runs, both at 17 runs apiece. And now it seems to be slipping away from the Rising Stars. This time, Patel unleashes in the air. Where does it go? It crosses the boundary there, and 6 is the sign. Well, 9 runs needed now. Just 9 more. Vishal Patel just opening up his arms there, getting a little comfortable. He's up to 40, the total score of the team. 9 runs needed off 35 balls now. Sohag trying his best, maybe. With confidence on the man in blue, you can see. And this time again, plays it on the full toss. I think it's going to be a single. That's what it is. Played into the air once again, and now I think it's going to cross the boundary. Yes, it does. It goes for a big one. It's a 6, another massive shot now. Palmek responds in kind. He tells Vishal, hey, you can do something. I can do that as well. We're going band for band here. And they look like they want to wrap this up in this fifth over itself with 5 overs to spare. That's what it looks like. There's 3 more deliveries to go and just 2 more runs needed. Well, this was always going to be a hard total to defend. It was just 49, not the biggest total. And then that gives you the comfort as well. Bombic now, reverse sweeping, and the fielder there just coming to the rescue. It's going to be a single, I think. That's what it is. Brings up Bombic to 24. And Patel, Vishal Patel at 24 as well, who might just be facing the final delivery of this game now. 48 for no loss. This has been an extremely good victory for the men in blue. This has been a classic performance. Really good with the ball, all out at the end. Right, they got those wickets. They restricted those runs after that first over, which was expensive, and now just comfortable batting. Didn't lose their cool, didn't lose their calm. Played it steadily and accelerated in the last over. That's it. They got those runs steadily up to the 30s, and then they went for those big ones. And with that, well, that is the end. 49 runs chased, sending it back, and that is it. Well, chased in 4.5 overs. That brings the end to the game. Not the best of days. Oh, I think they didn't go for it. They didn't go for it. That is interesting. That's interesting. We thought, well, this was surely going to be the end with 1 ball to spare in this over. But we go once again. Patel maybe wanted to finish in style. 31 balls to go. 1 run. Swing and a miss now. And well, there you have it. So we're going to another over. We go into another over. We still play on. 2 balls to spare. Didn't get the single. And we go into the sixth over. It's just a matter of time. 30 balls to spare, single run. We know what's coming. But it'll take a little bit more to come. That's interesting. So, just looking at the game so far, like we were discussing earlier, the you know, rising stars didn't rise to the occasion as you would expect. I think they had a better performance in the first game, which was also one-sided. But the batting team, they really need to look back into their batting. I think with the ball, they're not too bad, they're not too shabby, but they don't have that 1 or 2 players who can really instinctively get wickets. But with the bat, they really need to revisit the drawing room, the rising stars. Because now, well, he gets something on it. Is he going to go all the way? Yes, there you have it. So, Pomik finishes off in style. They get their first victory on day number 1. The men in blue get their first victory of the JCL T10 season right here in front of us with that 4. Well, what a good victory. They win by 10 wickets in hand. No wickets at all. Really comfortable in the end. Look at that. Men in blue win by 10 wickets. and really good. You have to contribute, of course. You have to appreciate the way Vishal and Bhomik, both of them have batted. But even so, without that, right, the inclusion of their captain Ranjan, the way Mahesh bowled, right, especially Manvi as well, 3 wickets and a run out, right, Gurdeep Dua as well. A lot of players stepping up to the fore here today and performing well. You can see handshakes and high fives between both the teammates and the opposition players, because ultimately cricket is the gentleman's game and it's all about the sporting spirit. We just have it right here in front of you, 24 and 28 right there. Nobody else needed to even pad up, to be honest. 52-49 was the requirement of the chase. Right now, ultimately, right in front of you, Sano have gotten 2 wins today, one against the Men in Black and one against the Rising Stars. Meanwhile, the Men in Blue, the Men in Blue get a single win as well and one loss, and the Rising Stars need to go back to the drawing board with 2 losses. You can see not too bad from Kayesh Khan, 6, the economy, Sohag 9, but ultimately just not enough to defend. Just not enough to be able to defend here. And that's that. So we're going to look at a little bit more on the match stats as well. But ultimately, a deserving victory for the men in blue. And that brings about the end of day one here at the JCL T10. This is, of course, brought to you by Japan Cricket Association. And we played at this beautiful, beautiful ground of Sano International Cricket Ground, the home of Japanese cricket. You can see 10 overs, 48. The maximum scored by Muhibul Hassan, 13 runs, and then Ashik at 11, Kayesh at 9, Irfan Toha at 9. And on the other side, just 2 batters, enough to do the job, 20 and 24 respectively. And on the other side, you can see the economies and the wickets as well. Vishal Patel, man of the match for us, very simply. Gurdeep Dua, really well played as well. Prashant Manvi, 2 wickets and a run out. Vikash Ranjan doing the captain's duty. And well, that is that. So that is the end of day one. Like we were speaking, we saw 3 matches. We saw 3 really interesting matches. We saw the domination of Sano Cricket Club, and this brings the end of game number 3. Well, hope you enjoyed all the games today. Hope you're going to join us for the upcoming games as well of JCL T10. Well, that is it for now. So goodbye, have fun, join for more games, and have a good day ahead. Bye bye. Thank you. See you very soon.